afternoon. I'd like to call the special meeting, school board workshop together at 12 o'clock. We will proceed with a moment of silence. I'll ask everybody to please rise.
I forgot it was going to be a full.
Why don't you stay seated, Ms.
Yes,
Hunt,
I
please?
can stand. Thank you.
There you go. Thank you. Pledge allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Are we? Yes, we are. Roll call.
Wolfberry present.
Christy Chow present.
Sally Hunt.
Colin Cuthbert present.
Cheryl Macero.
Christy Gavin, board attorney.
All right. Before we get into our next public comments, I'd just like to let everybody know this is a working lunch for us because this group was in a executive meeting prior to this time. It just finished and is coming right into this meeting. So bear with us as we do eat our lunch too.
Sorry.
All right, public comments, any?
Give me a moment.
We have one. Please come up.
She didn't sign in, but
Please have a seat.
Welcome.
You're welcome.
it's cold in here.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
What would you like to say?
My name is Carol Baca, and what I've read in the newspaper, I've understood that the position for the Florida or the Flagler Youth Orchestra has an opening. And I made several calls to the Human Services Department last week on Thursday and then on Monday, because I understood that something would be forthcoming with a job description, but perhaps that was my own thoughts from what I just tried to read. So I don't have an application active on file with the school district because there's no written job description there under teaching and learning and human services. I did leave a message with the superintendent's office in my email, bachacarol@yahoo.com, that I am certifiable in music K to 12. And my initial reason for moving to Flagler County was that I was the one that was targeted to be the director helping Jonathan May with the Flagler Youth Symphony. So that's at the very heart and core of my being. And I only want to proceed in such a way that is according to what you decide, if this position is going to be what I'm looking for here as a job description under the school human services, or if it's going to be designed to be an independent contractor. And if it's designed to be an independent contractor, I have my company of Happy Notes Music and online tutoring, which I've been doing for more than 30 years. And that included work for the city of Orlando, Winter Park, and Lake Mary, designing programs for the recreation center. In Orlando, I was specific to children with special needs, and then I designed programs for the hospital. So I'm a Rollins College graduate. I worked with, you may know, Mr. Rogers from television. I compare my type of music to his persona, and I studied with his nephew Dan Crozier music composition, and I did a lot of firsts in Orange County and other places. My nursing license is active as an LPN to show that I've had many years of background checks, and I feel the vision that was initial and the vision that has developed from that time are all good things that I would like to see be maintained.
All right, Ms. Baca, we're gonna have to end your 3 minutes here.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Usually we don't respond. I will respond here since I'm looking around the room and there's nobody here that would. Your presumptions about there being a job description, that's what they're doing. Once that job description is completed, the position will be posted online.
Okay.
Save you time and aggravation. So just keep your eye open. When the position's posted, please feel free to submit your application at that point. And it will be, as far as I know, independent contractor as it has been.
Okay.
Okay, at this point. All right, will that help you?
That'll help.
Okay.
And you've taken that all up. I didn't know where you were with that because
We're still working, yeah, I believe Mr.
and-
Reeves is working on it.
And well, Tony that does the job descriptions
Downstairs,
was out, and then I was told he'd be back on Monday, but he wasn't quite yet. Tony goes.
Okay,
Yeah.
yep, vacations
So
and stuff.
I'm
Okay,
trying to
that-
stay on top of it.
You are on top of it.
But I only want to target it for what it is.
Yes, and that's why you need the job description.
Yeah.
All right, thank you very much.
You're
Anybody
welcome.
else for public comment?
Thank you for hearing me, I appreciate it.
Yep.
And if I've had any other behaviors, I was in COVID, and it had really affected my brain for a period of time. And I believe I'm all out of that.
All right, that's good news. All right,
Thank you.
thank you very much. Okay, we're going on then to item 3, operational services. 301, this is what we're here for. FSBA superintendent search, and we would invite the group here so we can dig right in.
Well, we have a number of items to review with you today and to get your input on. Some progress that we've made since the last time we spoke, and hopefully some progress that we'll be making here today. I am happy that you all are eating your lunch while we're here, because it may be a...
There's extra in there.
No, we were offered. Will came right over and said there's food,
Right.
but please eat, because we may be here for, a little bit of time. First, we want to start with the pre-search interview. And what we use this for is so that the team, and by the way, let me introduce Dr. Bill Vogel. I don't think you all met him because he was not with us here the
No,
last
he
time.
wasn't.
I was here.
Y'all were here.
Yeah, we were all.
Okay.
It's like you're working with more than one district.
Yeah.
Go
Just a
figure.
couple. That's okay.
So I brought my whole team here today again.
Again.
And we're going to start with the pre-search interview, which helps us get a feel for your district, kind of helps us help calibrate where the board is so that there's a common sort of, yep, we're here, yes, we're here. And then once we move through the pre-search, we have a number of additional items. So we're just going to jump right in, and we're going to start on the pre-search, which I know you've had since the last time we were here. The first item is review the district guiding principles, vision, mission, and beliefs. And what I want to know from you is not what the mission, vision, and beliefs are, but to what degree is there agreement and understanding of the mission, vision, and beliefs, both within the district and extended into the community?
I'll start.
Go ahead, Dr. Conklin.
I would say as a board, we haven't had an opportunity to spend a great deal of time on it. Since the majority of the board is brand new, I think collectively as a group and with the superintendent, we really just, I mean, if I'm wrong, you guys can let me know, but I don't feel like we've had a lot of time spent directly on the vision, the mission, and the beliefs that have been outlined. And I think some folks in the community that have been with us for a long time may be familiar with, but it's definitely one of those things I think that the community could use a refresh on. But that's just my perspective.
Yeah, well, I'd agree that we have, as a board, we have not specifically honed in on this,
Right.
other than what we have in our procedurals and our strategic plan. And I think in general, overall, the mission appears in the right direction, but I'm sure we all can add more to it if we spend a little more time discussing it. So I think that will be something that's gonna, will grow and through this early stages of this process here for giving you guidance and direction.
Okay. Other thoughts?
No, I think exactly what Dr. Conklin just said. There was a very elaborate process that we went through to develop the strategic plan with our previous board, and it was just fully adopted not long before we ended up having a new board. So it's relatively new, and it was a lengthy process that we took to get to where we are. And I think it's one that looks sound, and I think we're in a good position. But our 3 new board members might have suggestions or things that they might want to review. That would be at their purview at this point.
So you're thinking of maybe when a new superintendent selected, do a kind of a refresh or review of the plan.
Yeah.
It's in place right now.
Yeah,
but at
because
least-
it's new.
Yeah.
I think that would be really
Yeah.
fair.
So
That would be fair.
I think Dr. Conklin maybe spoke to this a little bit, or Andrew, maybe it was you. I almost feel like it's gonna go a little bit hand in hand, because I know for me, what I'm looking for in our next leader is the one and the same with what I think the community wants and needs from a vision and mission standpoint. So I don't really see them being kind of mutually exclusive. I mean, I think
Yeah.
we're maybe doing it at the same time, sorry.
Oh, that's good.
So you've kind of slipped into the strategic plan piece of the conversation as well. And so the new plan, you just said you just adopted it.
Right.
What are like the big buckets, and how are you as far as structured to achieve those? Or because it sounds like it's a new plan, probably the processes and the real deep structures to achieve that plan maybe are not in place. Can you give us an idea of that?
I believe that most of the structure is now in place, but it took the first year to actually get those processes in place.
Sure.
So I don't think we've really seen the benefits of them strategically,
Yeah.
but we will this year. I would expect to see how it's working, you know, in our buildings and with our staff and with our students. And that's gonna be yet to be determined, really.
Yeah, so I would think if you pulled out the strategic plan, there's a pretty detailed
Okay.
roadmap, if you will, in there. I mean, Kathy was providing kind of quarterly updates and would give a superintendent strategic plan update. But there were there were the goals, there were the benchmarks, and basically it focused on student achievement, it focused on talent recruitment and retention, focused on facilities, health and safety of students, and there's one more, what am I missing? Finance?
Communication?
Community engagement.
Yeah. Mhm.
Am I
Okay.
missing one? I feel like I'm missing one.
Student achievement
Operations,
Yeah.
from the operations team.
yeah,
right
from the
there.
operations guys.
Didn't wanna forget that.
And then, objectives underneath that, milestones, and kind of data metrics, how we were measuring those.
All right, so you do
items.
have a pretty strong data or roadmap. It's now just being implemented to get to those. Okay.
Right. But I
Right.
think a new superintendent coming on board and a majority of new board members, we're ripe for that opportunity to tweak, to look at it, to gather additional, input.
Maybe different benchmarks if they
Yeah,
wanted to
yeah,
add to it.
yeah,
stuff
for
like
sure.
So I'm gonna give my perspective, because it's only mine. When Superintendent Middlestat presented the strategic plan, when we were first sworn in, I think I asked a question about specific metrics, and I think the response was that's coming later. I don't recall getting those ever. That is something that is important to me, is things like month over month, specific, I'm a big SMART goals person, month over month, so I don't, and sometimes I miss things, I don't recall ever getting
Yeah, so.
a presentation on specifics.
No, well, but Kathy was, that was part of the quarterly academic plans and updates. So
Right.
if you remember, we've had Chris Stefanchik
I remember
come
that one presentation,
and
yeah.
he would give basically an update on where
Where we
we
stand.
were at the end of a 9-week period or whatnot. I think, up until probably January, I think we had two, the first one would have been before you guys got sworn in. Because you guys were sworn in November.
Because I remember, I think, one presentation
Yeah,
by him.
Mhm.
yeah. That would have been about right.
That'd be right.
Other thoughts? If any? What are some emerging issues that this district needs to consider as far as
Growth.
long-term thinking? Emerging
Growth.
issues. What?
Growth.
Growth?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I would say talent, retention,
Talent,
That's
retention,
recruitment.
growth, talent, retention, recruiting.
Yep.
ESE. We're still reeling along with all the other districts of doing a full inclusion model. And, whether or not that was the right move or not, at this point, that's what it is. So having enough resources, talent, and support to make sure that that model works is super important.
Our safety, code of conduct.
Yes.
Yeah.
Enforcing
That's
student
good.
code of conduct.
Code of conduct.
So I had a conversation with a community leader the other day, and he said something to the effect of that Flagler County is almost not capable of being better than state average because of who, the residents here, the opportunities that we're lacking. And I disagreed with that. One of the things that I think we need going forward is a very strong community partner who's meeting with our mayors, who's meeting with community leaders, and together looking at the ecosystem that is Flagler County and working together on a 5-year plan, 10-year plan. I know everybody at this table feels the same, but the schools are fundamental to a town like Flagler County and the success of the community. So, so that's something that has come up before as community partnerships, but to me it goes beyond partnering with veterans groups or whatever. It's really at that seat at the county table to help shape Flagler County. So I don't know if any of that made sense, but
Yeah, that's unfortunate that somebody has that opinion, because I believe we are capable of so much more.
I agree.
And what I'm looking for is a leader that sees an opportunity we're in the scheme of things, we're a small school district, and I believe there's no reason why a great leader can't lead us to an A district. And so I'm looking for somebody that can come in, has experience in identifying talent and maximizing resources to get the best results out of what we have and build off of that. And leads with resiliency, you know, and optimism.
I would say, Andrea, for many years, our student achievement has been stagnant, kind of flatline. And with Kathy, we started making some of those gains and moving in the right, so the trend is moving in the right direction. Really need somebody that can come in as an academic and instructional leader to continue moving those trends in the right direction. We probably this year will be just shy of an A. So we are, it's like the perfect opportunity for someone to come in and just push us over the line. But really come with some innovative ideas about how to
Infuse that.
yeah, push
Maximize
us
it.
past that baseline, you know, kind of, because it kind of feels year after year, superintendent after superintendent, we're kind of stuck in this middle of the road place. Our goal is to take St. John's down, so
Okay.
That's our goal. It is
we're very
always been our
transparent
goal.
about that around
Yeah,
here,
yeah.
it's okay. But really the goal is for our students to be the highest achieving students in the state, period, end of story.
And you know, another characteristic is in my eyes is important is to be a persuasive leader rather than a positional leader, one that encourages and inspires our great teams to bring their best every day, just because they're excited to work for Flagler Schools and to be led by that leader, not just to keep their job.
Okay, no small task.
Yeah.
No, I mean, that's,
Yeah.
um,
And just will let
we all want that leader, right? Yeah.
Right. I
Yeah.
mean, we're shooting for the stars.
Absolutely. What do you anticipate to be the challenges that this new superintendent is gonna face here in this community? What are gonna be the challenges that this person needs to be aware of?
If they are external, I can tell you this is a family here, which has a lot of benefits, but also is really challenging because they're tight. They're tight. A lot of people here are long-term. So I think it almost I don't know if that's the right word. We're looking for someone to be visionary. We're looking for someone to not be a manager, but a leader. And I think that is a risk right now is, actually could be both. If it's an internal person or an external person, will that person be strong enough to do what needs to be done, even if it ruffles some feathers, to put it simply?
Okay. What other challenges do you think this person's gonna be faced with that they need to be prepared for?
It's not an easy community. I think we'll just put it out there. Our community is very divisive.
Yeah.
We're split pretty heavily politically. Unfortunately, that's coming into the boardrooms. So, that they have to be somebody that's willing to
Thick skin.
negotiate and yes, and monitor both sides, because both sides have a lot to offer.
And be fair and objective.
Yeah, so I think that's probably the most difficult part of any position in Flagler County.
And remain focused on what's important
The kids.
in that student achievement.
Yep.
Keep the main thing the main thing.
Keep
Yeah,
the main thing
absolutely.
the main thing, because we can be a polarizing community. But I think we need somebody who can come in and help us all find common ground, because there is plenty of common ground, we just need to
Sure.
find it.
Agreed.
Yeah, and I would say somebody that is gonna look at things from sort of a fresh perspective, rather than what the status quo has been, whether it be where they worked prior or just from the industry, because obviously everything's changing in education right now, and we need a leader that can learn quickly, see, you know, how the new funding is gonna be happening, and come up with creative models that will attract families to want to stay in public education, rather than maybe using vouchers, right? Get ahead of those parents' needs and those students' needs ahead of time, and so that we could align Flagler Schools to provide those services, and so that those dollars stay within public education.
Other thoughts about anticipated challenges?
I think Andrea, and again, all this is gonna be as each of one of our opinions. A perceived challenge of mine is that right now the structure does not exist for the relationship between the board and district leadership. So, I know for me, I'm looking for somebody who, is able to not only lead the district, but also can navigate and really help us. We are elected board members, right? So I mean, we certainly have our chairperson. You guys like to use the word new all the time, so I will use the word new. Cheryl is a new chairperson. I think that is maybe part of, it's not a challenge, but it is part of the environment where it's a little nerve-wracking to think about having a newer board, a new chairperson, a new superintendent. So it would need to be someone who can come in and navigate in that environment.
And I think build a team environment with the board,
We're in it
so that
together.
it's those are always the higher functioning boards.
Yeah.
Where the leadership team is viewed as one, you know, one unit, but with very individual, you know, passions, personalities, and all the rest of it, but that it is part of a team environment. I don't know if I said that right.
Yeah, there's a lot, I feel like there's a lot of strong personalities here, so that's also a challenge.
Yeah.
They need to be able to unify and be able to see both sides and be firm, and also be their own strong personality.
Mhm.
And
That's
that'll
good
be for any
personality.
board, probably.
Some boards don't have strong personalities. You might be surprised.
Really?
Yeah, I'm shocked sometimes that some boards have very strong personalities and some boards
They're
don't.
just all hanging out.
They
Yeah.
gel. I've seen some boards where they may all have very different personalities, but they gel very tightly
They just
together.
kind of, yeah.
Yeah.
Let's shift to external, and let's start with the congressional delegation. So your relationships with your DC representatives. Talk to me about the ability,
I would say minimal.
Yeah, it's very minimal.
Waltz, you know, I mean, a great
He's
great
fine.
guy, but I think other than the appointment to the military academies, that's about it.
Mhm.
I mean, I don't know if you guys have any major interaction
Not from
with this.
DC.
I haven't had a lot with no.
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
it's minimal. It
It is.
exists,
Mhm.
but only at certain specific times.
okay. How about in Tallahassee with your legislative delegation?
That's big.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So that's
I mean,
been
the
great.
speaker lives here,
Yeah.
Yeah,
so that's a.
yeah, but that doesn't mean you get along.
No,
It doesn't
no,
mean that
we
there's
all- We all
support.
get along.
I think
I think we have a
he-
good relationship.
He gets along with
Yeah.
most, and
I don't think- yeah, I don't
he
think there's any
really
better.
tries to hear
Mhm.
everybody.
Yeah, he's,
No, Paul's
he's
pretty
here quite
friendly.
often, yeah, and he's
Yeah,
accessible.
He's
he
visible,
listens.
he participates in
Good,
in
okay.
community events
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
speaking events, so he's accessible
And
to
Hudson
the
too.
community as well, and,
And he
And
visits,
Hudson.
okay.
Hudson too,
Hudson's-
Hudson too.
yeah.
He does, they both are very, I mean, if we had a serious issue or need.
But
we
now,
could
however, we
work
probably,
with them.
you know, bringing them into the schools, we could probably do more asking of that.
But, you know, we have a good relationship as a board.
At least it's not antagonistic.
No.
Some communities it's antagonistic,
No.
and we need to know that,
No.
you know, headed in, so.
That's good.
Even with me, Andrea.
All right, let's talk about county government. I know you have a former school board member now that's sitting over there, right?
No,
I would
no,
say
no.
it's better than it's
Yes.
It's,
been
yeah.
with
yeah.
the previous commission. It was a little challenging. Well, I'll just say it was very challenging.
Will wants to say something.
Well, and I would say, I think it is mending. I have had, not as much interaction as you have with the board members, but I've always, whenever I've met with them or had a conversation with them, it's always been cordial and
Okay.
welcoming. But there was a lot of very tough negotiations that were going on in time past that the board had to get through, and now that has been completed. And so now I think it's just a matter of keeping those lines of communication open. I think the superintendent, that was one criticism of the former superintendent, was that interaction with the community. It just was not enough or meaningful enough. So I don't know if that is the case with the county commission. I'm just saying that was there, so that the new leaders should be prepared to be engaged with the community and all the stakeholders in the community.
So would you say with the county commission, county government, that it's kind of rebuilding a little bit for some reason?
Yeah,
is what
that's
it sounds
Well,
like?
it's rebuilding, it's good. I
Yeah,
feel
there's
very
really-
comfortable with
yeah.
all of them at this point. I
Are
have
we
no
just talking
issues.
about like if we get along with them?
We're talking about like if you had a problem and you needed help to solve it, would they be responsive to your requests?
Yes, absolutely.
Because in some cases, bridges get burned along the way, and they're like, nope, they would not help us at this point because we
No.
have
No,
burned some
And
we
bridges.
they're a
we
new
help
county
each other.
commission as well, there's
Yeah.
new members on the
Okay.
commission.
We help each other, actually. We do work together on quite a few different projects and issues. And I don't think there's anybody on this board that feel negative about
No.
reaching out for help.
Well,
if they
nothing
need
for
it.
nothing, but if you asked this question a year ago,
Yeah, it
year and a
could
half
be.
ago,
It would've been a
I would
different
answer
answer.
it completely
Yes.
differently.
Right, which is why we asked the
Yeah.
question, because times change and we want to know where you are right now.
We're pretty solid at this
Today,
particular time.
okay.
How do you work with them on issues such as millage and sales tax?
Well, that was some of the
that-
issues
that
that
were
we
issues
ran
and
into with the
impact
previous
fees.
board.
And impact fees, right.
That was the issues.
Are they worked out pretty well now?
Well, they're solved, so
Good.
they'll
I
be
think
holding
there's
for a
still
while.
some healing
On those
needed.
issues?
I think that this new superintendent, again, my personal observation was a bit of a we versus them. And again, I cannot overstate this is my observation. The superintendent, in my opinion, is the most important job in this entire county. Just is, in my opinion. So instead of a superintendent who goes to battle, I would hope we have a superintendent who goes to collaborate as a fellow key leader of the community. Based on conversations that I have had, it was more about William Wallace and less about collaboration. So I don't know that, but I understand I wasn't here during all of the
Yeah,
conversations.
yeah.
I can just go off of conversations that I have had.
So,
Is that I think that, I think things can be just fine. I think things can be just fine. I think we need the right leader to ensure that they can be just fine.
So you're looking for a community leader as well as an instructional leader?
Oh,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
And
I
then-
will say, if I can say this, I want somebody who's gonna be that collaborator, right?
Right.
The person that's gonna go in and try to collaborate and work with folks. And then if you're not going to, cause you're going to side with whatever, that's not in the best interest of the district, I want a William Wallace. I want that person that is going to advocate and battle on behalf of the school district. So yes, I wanna be completely clear, I want that collaborator up front. But in that collaboration, if that is not happening because entities outside of the school district are not benefiting in the way they see fit, I want somebody that is going to, number one, be an advocate for this school district.
But I think calling the
Not
right
for-
person think the right person, I'm not saying doormat, I'm not, right?
Yeah, no, I agree with
I'm
you. I
saying
just
the
want
right
that person at the
person-
end of the day to be looking out for the best interest of this school
We
district.
want a strong person who knows how to navigate community relationships. Yeah, please do not get me wrong, that I understand it's not a cakewalk or whatever, I just,
So-
personality is a key player.
So as a growth district, you have impact fees, you've got that
That's
worked out.
settled right now,
Right,
yes.
and then do you all work together as far as the sales tax and support each other on the millage and the sales tax and so?
We don't really do that. They
We
said
just
that
got
we.
our, if you're talking about the half
Yeah.
penny,
Yeah.
we just renewed our half penny. We did not do a joint,
Okay.
which
Yeah, we don't.
sometimes
That's
you
what I
see.
think he's
Yeah.
asking.
Yeah,
But we-
Is
but
it-
we
is
did
it-
But
our
they
own.
didn't, they
On your
understand
own.
you need that, so they
Yes,
weren't,
and
they
they
were
were very
supportive of it.
supportive.
That's
Yes.
basically
Yes,
right.
they were,
what I'm saying. That's
extremely.
good.
Okay.
Yeah, they were.
Yeah.
That's good.
Do you not agree?
It's not important moving forward into the future. I think the point is moving forward, all of these things are settled.
Yeah, they
So
are
a new
settled.
superintendent.
So rebuilding is the right
Deal
word.
with
Keep it going,
So I
yeah.
think
Yeah.
rebuilding is the right word, but the people that were there fighting some of those things were not reelected. They're not there
So it's not even
anymore.
there.
Right.
It's a
That's
moot
good.
point.
Okay.
Good.
Right.
So
Right.
what about municipalities? How many municipalities do you deal with?
One, two,
Flagler
three,
Beach,
four,
Palm Coast,
four.
Benel,
Beverly
Marineland,
Beach.
Beverly Beach, five.
Five municipalities.
5, that's
Yeah.
amazing.
Yeah, 5, and this little county.
Some of them are very
5.
small.
Yeah, Beverly Beach is
Marineland is one of the smallest.
Yes,
in the
It
state.
is
It
the
is.
smallest. yeah.
And are there any concerns relating with the relationship between the school district and any of those municipalities? Or is that pretty well established and moves along pretty well?
I think we have I've worked with many of them, so and it's always been positive. I've never had a negative
Okay.
reaction from anybody.
The only thing that I heard just what was on, during the campaign was, and Dr. Conklin has brought this up, but we're very Palm Coast heavy with our schools, and so I think there's a little bit of a, if you are up in Marineland, or if you are, are we
Yeah.
really taking care of the whole county, or are we really very like Palm Coast?
And that's where the
centric?
population
The
center
population
is.
growth is
Majority
Palm
of-
Coast,
yeah.
yeah.
We had ITT donated all of the school lots basically to us,
Okay.
which we were very fortunate.
Sure.
But some of them in the grand scheme, when, 30 years later, some of them don't make sense because they're all kind of along this one corridor.
Yeah.
Okay.
But when people realize that the land was donated to us, sometimes that helps in understanding. But the far reaches of the county, Sally's exactly right, like
Yeah,
Marineland,
Marineland and
the
North Daytona.
west side, and,
Mhm.
southwest.
And that goes into the person that, one of the things is, that part of that vision is a lot of us, I can't think of another word other than boutique, but what is it that we've talked about, the smaller,
Yeah,
The
like satellite
pods, education
campuses.
pods.
smaller
Yeah.
campuses, again, someone who can really think about what the need is, and come up with some creative
Yeah, that's
solutions.
kind of some of the vision, we'll be looking for collaboration on
Uh-huh.
that. Like Dr. Conklin said, maybe we could explore some smaller satellite schools rather than big giant campuses. Exploring this idea, right? Start thinking outside the box.
Yeah, I think with vouchers coming, we really need a leader
Creative
that is
leader.
going, is willing to be creative,
Mhm.
a little daring maybe, thinking conventional how education should look. And so that we're.
And the
putting
board and
our-
community would support somebody being daring like that?
I think so.
I think this community would. I think
Yeah,
that's what they're
I do
looking
too.
for, is to see something that's different, that they feel comfortable will work. It has to be properly,
Executed and
Yeah,
planned
right,
and, yeah.
And you get buy-in, but
Yeah.
you know,
The partners.
that's
Yeah.
part of the leader's job, to be a great communicator
Mhm.
and communicate this idea to the community and parents and students.
Well, and just to give you guys a little bit more insight, and please correct me where I'm wrong. So our biggest community is Palm Coast. Our current mayor, his state of the city was about, expanding west. So I know I'm gonna keep repeating, but it's so important. We do still have a lot of land in Flagler County. Our land developers are a key part of this community. We need them sometimes they wanna donate land to us because they want that school to increase their property values, right? So that's, again, I can't repeat this enough, that's where this relationship of working together of, okay, where are the new homes gonna be built? What is that, where is that school? What land are you gonna give to us? So that is something that is big for Flagler County over the next 5 years, is this expansion. Well, you're real estate, so you know better than me. Is it west of the train tracks?
Well,
or?
It's the only place left.
Yeah, I mean, it really, but it's, right now, it's Matanzas Parkway, the funding that they've
Sawmill,
got was to
right.
build a flyover bridge over the train tracks and go west, and that's really where, And the future.
Go West, young man.
Yeah, go ahead. But, you know, and just to give some perspective, I think we're gonna see quite a bit of growth because the type of communities they're gonna build out there are gonna be not like Palm Coast Central, where we have these quarter-acre lots. They're likely gonna be more like HOA communities with maybe 50 front instead of 80 front, or 50 or less, really, closer together. So you're gonna have communities, and they're probably gonna have amenities. So this is gonna be attractive to families, more than likely. So we can start anticipating that we're gonna have a lot of growth out west. And one thing to put on the table too that we have been tracking right now, one of the things that a new superintendent may be part of is the building of a new high school, because that was where the data was showing us that could change. It was middle school, now it's a high school. And we're running we're getting new data. We got that new program, so that will give us a post-COVID look at our population and our student need, and then we'd be able to better forecast what school that new one's going to be. But we're definitely growing, and we'll need that. So.
Is there a particular area of the county?
West.
West, more than
West.
likely westerly, you know, and that's, I think, like Ms. Hunt said, the collaboration with that segment of our community with the builders, they're going to tell us where it's going, really, because where they're building is where we're going to have to fill the need, right? So we have to stay in communication with that so we can be on
But you
time.
are getting families with children, not just retirees.
Oh, yeah.
That is
Yeah.
a,
Well,
that's
that-
another, so I'm glad that you brought that up because like Mayor Alphen, shared, I don't know if I think they're looking for how can we get Flagler County a little bit younger, right? So when I think
Amenities
about.
in neighborhood will do it.
And price points, and then that's
Yeah.
another, those homes, although won't be cheap, but they may be more affordable because they don't have the big lot or the high square footage. There may be some more multifamily out that way. So there'll be things that are attractive to younger families and workforce, right? When that typically brings more students.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and another key piece with this is Flagler County, to my knowledge, Flagler Schools, to my knowledge, is the largest employer in the county.
Usually in most districts, yeah.
So when we talk about affordability of housing, or we talk about community amenities, it's self-serving because we need to be able to attract and retain, you know, so again, that just goes into that community partnership. So if I'm working with an Ed Danko on the county commissioner side, or I'm working with whomever, to me, it's that collaboration of, well, listen, we really need for this to have this, anyway, so no, that is a really big piece here, is the expansion.
And for the
Just-
seniors that we do have a lot of seniors raising their grandkids.
Okay.
Yeah, we do have a lot of seniors raising their grandkids.
Do you have new businesses moving in, large businesses, or is it predominantly small business? Or?
That is, again, it's part of the ecosystem.
Yeah. Yeah.
That is the goal, and that's the ecosystem in the sense of, we need to have the talent, and we need to have this, and we need to have this, and maybe we're not getting this because we don't. So I mean, I can't state enough, if we could get a superintendent who could help facilitate, be a part of being able to attract small to medium-sized businesses, I would say today, I do not see a lot of job opportunities in this area today.
So people who might be moving might be.
But I was just gonna say, if you drive down 100, you'll notice, like, we have a new, I think it's a BJ's or Sam's going in. Like, there's a lot of business development as
That's
well
coming.
going in, that's
Yeah.
coming in. And so I would say in the last 3 years and then forward another 2 or 3, we've gotten more business. It appears that way anyway, a larger business development going on than
But
I
not
can
higher,
recall.
what,
Yeah, that's what I was
how
gonna say.
many?
Not engineering, not
Yeah,
business, not
manufacturing.
no.
We're getting a lot of new retail chain type stuff. If you drive down Highway 100, that's where you see most of what Dr. Condon was talking
Yeah,
about.
it's all there.
That's kind of that's where the new side of Palm Coast is, town center. but that's also gonna get built out very quickly.
So as far as industry?
Yeah, so
yeah.
there's retail and service, but not.
Not as much
Correct.
manufacturing.
Not
Kind of
business.
like,
or-
we're here to
Minix was the
support
last
the
big one.
retirees.
Yes.
You have landscapers supporting the
the
retirees.
goal-
Didn't Bunnell recruit a couple of manufacturing?
I've heard of some things
They
coming.
just brought a couple.
Yeah,
that
but
would be
it's not to the scale where they'd like it, but I
They're
do
not
know
big.
that the direction is, I've heard this, the county, commission and the city council, their appetite is to bring more commercial, and manufacturing, because right now, our tax base is heavily weighted on residential,
Right.
and that's not a great place, because,
And-
homesteaded properties don't grow at the same, and.
Right, right.
So there is a push in the community to try and bring in more of the commercial. And part of that component, though, is to be able to provide a workforce for these companies when they arrive here, you know. And I would say from a technical standpoint, we do have some great classroom to careers programs and you know, technical training. So we do have that, right? So.
We probably need to tell our story a little bit better.
Yeah, and I really
More.
don't think the community
Better's
really
probably not
knows
the
that
right word.
that we do have
Just
programs where people can start off as a firefighter. That one might be the most promoted one, but we have nursing, we have culinary, we have 2 culinary kitchens in our schools,
We
both.
have aviation. We have an airport that's looking to attract business too.
And we still have wood shop. A lot of people thought that was gone, but we still have that. So when we have.
It is gone in a lot of districts,
Yeah,
actually.
and that's just the narrative in the news cycles, but in Flagler schools, we still have it, so.
You're very well thought of statewide on
Yeah.
career tech, one of the top districts.
Yeah.
What about economic development? Is there a separate entity or is that part of the chamber? Is there an
Well,
economic development
the county
commission?
has an economic
Comes
development.
in- goes to the county?
The county has one, and then the chamber.
There's
We
one-
used to have one
there's-
separate,
Yeah.
and now they
Together? There's
they
one-
dissolved that, so it's just them.
There's one chamber?
The chamber dissolved, it's my understanding the chamber was dissolved, and then we've now, in the past couple of years, have the chamber starting back up
Okay, so you
again.
have one, you
So it's
basically have
fairly
one
big
chamber.
chamber.
One joint chamber for the whole.
Count, that's good.
Palm Coast, Flagler
Okay.
Regional.
That's good.
And does the school district play a role on the chamber board or in any?
No, so in the
No.
previous on the
Okay,
previous
that's good.
chamber,
Okay.
the Flagler
Good
County
point, yeah.
Chamber, we used to have an actual
Right.
seat on the board.
Right, okay.
But not now.
Not now.
The director, and I know she's separate, but the director of the Ed Foundation, she sits on
Okay.
the board, but that's the
That's
closest.
Yeah, no.
That's not the district.
But that's
No,
something to look
totally.
at.
I would just say that's
Right.
the
That's
closest.
That's the education
Right.
piece that they
That's
see.
the
No,
closest.
That's
that
that's an
foundation,
opportunity.
Which is good, and we're
Right.
glad we have that.
That's an opportunity.
It's an
Right.
opportunity.
Got it. Right,
Yeah.
good. Okay, good.
But there's not like the chamber isn't anti-Flagler Public Schools.
Not at, they're the opposite.
They're pro.
This community, as far as when I think about what people look for when moving to a community or whatnot, it's safety. And our Sheriff Staley, I think is very well
Great job,
regarded
yeah.
here. And our safety numbers are very good if someone were to,
yeah.
to Google. So safety is in a good place. It's the A district, it's the A schools, it's the school metrics, that I think, when I think about the, chamber, that is, because it's the metrics, it's the numbers, I think that's what they are very focused
The
on.
chamber wrote a very harsh letter of no
No support.
confidence in the
Oh, that's important to
previous
know. I forgot about that.
superintendent,
Yeah.
which was full of misinformation. And so you can call that whatever you want to call that, but no, I don't
would
really
say,
see that as
I'm
supportive.
the liaison with the chamber, and I will say that they are definitely supportive and engaged in in the ultimate educational mission that all schools have in the community. They were very critical of Flagler schools of late, so
That's an
it
area
wasn't
of problem.
But that's an
100%.
important
That's an
filter.
opportunity.
They're
That's
willing
what
to be
we're
critical.
Right, they
I
were
mean,
willing
that's
to weigh in,
Okay.
and whether
Yeah.
some agree with
It's
it or
an
not,
opportunity.
that was what they decided to bring forward. and they were very critical.
Yes.
Okay.
I do
Okay.
want to share one other, because I think it's important. So Greg Blase is the current president of the chamber, and he put together, I don't remember the name of it, but it was like a Healthy Kids Expo that actually was housed at, I believe, Bunnell Elementary. And because I've spoken with Greg about it, he and I talked about it, that he really tried to work with the district to partner on that. So I think that there is room for, in my opinion, there's a huge appetite from the current chamber president to have a very powerful relationship with the district leadership here.
Okay, that's a
Yeah,
great
that's
good.
opportunity.
That's a great
It's an
The only
opportunity,
thing
yeah.
I would say is that is a relationship that is in need of repair.
Okay.
Got it.
Okay,
That's
yeah, that is a relationship, and I agree, we should be able to support them as well as they should support us.
Got it.
Got it.
And that's one that.
The
needs-
chamber has
Yes.
you know, when they're doing what is the future of Flagler County, the school district should be invited to be at the table.
And they have not been.
Okay, okay.
This is
So-
why it's so important, because as we're developing questions and looking at
Yeah.
people who apply, we're looking at what experience they've had in building
Yeah.
relationships with
Yeah.
the chamber and so forth. So
That's
this
a
is very helpful.
necessity.
Right,
Yeah.
that's
That's a
what we'll find out.
necessity.
It's good, excellent.
Talk to us about the relationships that you have and sort of how those relationships look with your faith-based partners.
Well, I think that they're good. We've got the Faith for Flagler and.
Faith of Flagler is what it's
Yeah.
called?
Yeah, several churches around have adopted schools and basically
Good.
just go there to serve needs, like whether it could be landscaping or,
Clean up, yeah.
Clean up, being there at lunchtime.
Bringing donuts in the morning. or-
Is
Yeah.
Faith of Flagler multi-interdenominational, or how's it structured, do we
I
know?
think it is,
I,
right?
I honestly don't know. I know.
I'm pretty sure
I think
we
it is
do
mixed.
have a
Yeah, I think
group
it is.
that's.
I would imagine
it
it
is
is.
mixed.
Yeah.
It's got Baptist, non-denominational.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm pretty
Okay,
sure
so
it
it's
is, because
interfaith.
I know they used to participate in the baccalaureate services, and it was like a
Everybody.
plethora of.
Yeah.
Kind of neutrally.
Everybody,
Okay.
yeah.
There is, there has been comments, there is enough of a separation of church and state community here, so a lot of times these faith-based, maybe they've worn shirts that have acronyms or, whatever, so that is a piece that I think is I think so far is healthy, but I just wanted to share that.
Are you saying that there are people who don't think there's enough separation of church and state, or who want more cohesion or more separation?
I think are looking for total separation
Okay,
of church
okay.
and state, and so I think there can be a concern when a faith-based group goes into an elementary school wearing their.
Oh, concern of indoctrination or something?
Well, just
From whatever
just
faith,
separation,
yes.
and
Okay,
so
okay.
I think it's going very well. I just wanted to share.
There is an organized group that does this?
There is an organized
Okay.
group. We certainly have enough families who would not want any particular faith
Got it.
group coming in.
But it's good that, again, that's just part of involving the entire community. You know what I mean? The faith part is a significant part of the Flagler County, and I think that it's been a successful program. And although there are some that may think otherwise, once again, we have to include everybody that wants to love on our school, especially if they're doing something great for them, you know what I mean?
Sure.
It's a healthy relationship
I
that
think
we
it's-
currently have. Yeah, I don't see haven't had any animosity.
Okay.
So, I
Good.
mean, it's something that we can continue, they would need to continue to foster that relationship and let it build so that we have, representation, it's fair for everybody.
Well, but it's also come up with, so yes, we just at the last evening board meeting had several veterans groups come to us with their displeasure of not being invited around Memorial Day. So there is, that has come up, that we just need to be better at
Yeah, but we used
community
to have.
partnerships in general.
She's right, we used to have a position that person, that's all they did. And
Community
they retired-
partnerships
And they
and stuff.
retired, yes,
Oh.
they
And
retired.
we are discovering
And
that
it-
is a position
we
we
just
need to
realized
fill
it
again.
wasn't,
Yeah.
they
Yeah.
kind of sunsetted that
Yeah.
position, guess what, that position needs
Things
to
will
come
fall
back.
through the cracks, yeah.
No, it needs
Yeah.
to come back, because they did so much more than people realized. And now they're realizing it because we got it, the veterans come. Yeah.
And not having it has definitely hurt our
Hurt,
relationships.
absolutely. So we need to reinstate.
What was that position called?
It's like a
Special
community
engage,
liaison, special
associate,
projects.
Yeah, special projects, something to that effect. But
did
it
everything.
made a huge impact. I mean, she was everywhere. She did all our mentoring programs. She oversaw all those. She did all the special events. She invited all the veterans to show up at Memorial Day or whatever.
How long ago did this person retire?
2 years ago?
I think we
2
worked
years
with her
ago.
You
last
did,
time we were
Sabrina.
here.
Yeah, I was gonna
She
say,
was
right,
pretty
right,
amazing,
right,
yeah.
Sabrina, right.
She
Okay,
So
was
that
that's
brings
amazing.
us to the next thing, which is
Yeah.
other community partners.
Yeah.
And I think
Yeah.
about
Yeah.
veterans groups, I think about Ed Foundations, I think about Kiwanis and Civitan and, you know, whatever other
Right.
community partners you have. Tell us about some of those relationships.
I think we need
have
to
a very
build
sim-
them. We have a lot of people that we are very good with. We have a lot of people that we aren't good with. And I think we need to make better efforts to incorporate these groups. I bring up Moms for Liberty. Moms for Liberty is pretty reactive and they're there. They want to help. I don't think that it's a negative group. I think it's a group that needs to be pretty much incorporated into our everyday activities. They want people to be there to help. And any way we can have them help, I'd like to see that in a positive manner. You know, I'm the kind of person that wants to keep all those people together and figure out how to work with them, not oppose them all the time.
I think overall, we have a pretty supportive community. I mean, our Rotary clubs, our Lions clubs, our Kiwanis clubs, you know, they're pretty supportive of the
They are.
organization. They're in our schools, providing scholarships, you know, they do,
A lot of social.
they really do a lot for our community.
Yeah, and I think that's just another area where the superintendent should be engaging as well in those meetings, you know, and letting them know, a lot of times just letting them know what some of our needs are. And they're looking to fulfill needs in the community, and it might be an external need. It might not necessarily be something like right in academics, but something in the community. Like some are focused on bike helmets, right? And some do actual bikes. They repair them and make sure a kid has a bike. So these are things that we could engage in some way, shape, or form. If we do a bike drive in the parking lot, you know what I mean? Like whatever it is. But that's part of that community involvement as well.
Well, and I think, to kind of piggyback on what Will is saying, I don't think we necessarily need a superintendent because, good God, that's all they could do because there's so many social and civic groups here. You know, superintendents actually go to
Sure.
meetings all the time. But in the past, we've had superintendents that have delegated or assigned staff to liaison with groups.
They ensured there was a role for the
there
district.
was somebody
Yeah.
at the table from the school district to offer support if they were doing an activity or, you know, needed a resource or something that we could share to help them be successful, whatever project it was.
Well,
they
what
were
I
doing.
meant by that too, and you're absolutely right, is more about being invited as a speaker. You know what I mean? Like when they have events, it's not to come to every single meeting, but
Yeah.
you know, there's opportunities around where the community they would love to have the superintendent come and speak about the state of the schools and what's happening and so on and so forth. I meant more in that capacity. Yeah.
And that's always good. Usually, I think every superintendent we've ever had has gone, like, the Rotary has a big kickoff
Sure.
for the beginning of the school year, and they give a great, I think every superintendent we've ever had has done something like that, with basically an overview of Flagler schools.
Here's
who
where we are, here's what's
employ,
going on.
Here's
Yeah.
where we're at, and those
Mhm.
kinds of things, and maybe that's an opportunity to grow something like
Yeah.
that.
Or maybe even a joint state of the county / school district.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Something like that would be
absolutely.
very positive.
Yeah, and if I can give a relevant example, recent, when I was first elected, I immediately scheduled a meeting with Holly Albanese, who's the director of our public library. She's also special projects for the county. She's really a pretty key player in Flagler County. What I thought was gonna be a 15-minute meeting, this should come as no surprise, will turn into 3 hours. And she, there's so much that our public library, we have a strong public library here. And I found out they pay for an online tutoring program where our students with their iPads, that's something that you probably know, but we're a one-to-one, all of our
Mhm, mhm,
students,
Yeah,
right?
it's impressive.
So all of our students, for all of this time that they've paid for this subscription, could have used it from their school-issued iPad. And so Holly and I we talked so much about different ideas and collaboration, and I will just be very transparent to say I tried to facilitate something, and it was, in my opinion, pretty well shut down. But in addition to different Rotary groups or whatever, we do have things like the public library. We do have groups, organizations that are really serving the same population, right? We're a very small community.
Mm-hmm.
So to me, it's not just about, and that's great, like speaking, but someone who, I think that is what differentiates to me manager versus leader. We can find someone pretty cheap who can come in and manage what is happening today. I know for me, I would love someone who just is having those really great conversations to see what could it be, or how can we share resources, or how, you know, especially when we're serving the same kind of relatively small group of people. I don't know if that makes any sense.
Yeah, and I really would like to see somebody who takes ownership of their decisions, you know, that when they own it and they see it all the way through. If it falls flat, they take the responsibility, but then they say, you know what, let's take what we learned from here and let's keep moving, right? We're not gonna sit here and wallow in a mistake, and we're gonna celebrate the victories also, right? So somebody who takes ownership.
Let's move to internal relationships. So we'll start with administrative staff. So what is the current kind of culture or climate with the administrative staff here?
I'll go first. Perspective. So everybody's got a different perspective. So I'll start off with that. But I think, you know, it's just natural to think we've had a number of superintendents in a very short period of time. So administrative staff, leadership, I think they're looking for someone who's gonna come in that the board can support and who can be here for a period of time. I think the revolving door only leads to instability, and I think the administrative staff and district leadership and school leadership is looking for stability.
Okay.
They're looking for you know, consistency, and I think they get used to someone's leadership style, and then they're kind of out the door, because it takes, you know, what do they say, 3 to 5 years to really establish a culture in an organization, and really we're talking about every 2 to 3 years we've rotated out superintendents for the last 4.
At least.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think we have a great body of individuals. We've got some really talented folks that I think can really shine given the opportunity. But that stability is just, if there was one thing that I would say everybody's kind of craving, I think it's stability. I mean, even as a board member, I'm craving that kind of stability for the district.
Yeah, I had different conversations, and I'm not gonna throw anybody under the bus, but I just had a different outlook. But I do think we have a great administrative staff here, and there's people that are here that can continue to lead our district, absolutely.
Yeah, yeah.
Any other?
No, I think.
I think across the board. I mean, whenever also when you have any type of change, right? There's going to be some moment of time. Yeah, and then so I feel very confident in the administrative staff and their abilities, and just like anything, you're waiting for who's going to lead you ultimately. Right now, I believe we have a great interim superintendent, Ms. Moore, and so that is, I believe she's the right lady to be there for this transition, right? And but overall, I think that if I was in that position, I would be anxious to know who it's gonna be as well, right?
Sure, sure.
So, and we have kind of, made this a little bit longer journey, partly of necessity and for timing of everything as well. So, but I'm confident that Ms. Moore will keep the troops happy in the meantime, so.
I'll just add, and I know you're like, well, what else can we provide? I mean, I know we're asking for it all.
That's okay.
But yeah.
You can ask.
Yeah, that's right.
I mean, that special sweet spot of a person is someone who can understand that their allegiance is to the objectives of Flagler County. And that's something I've mentioned before, is that Flagler County owns Flagler schools, and we have been elected to represent the larger community. So it's such a delicate balance of someone who has that allegiance to doing what needs to be done, while also understanding things like culture and climate, and so speaking of Superintendent Moore, she would be an example of somebody who can speak to you with the right emotion, right, but also like get the job done. And so I just think I've mentioned this before, this is a family here. And I think in some ways that is a really good thing, and in some ways that can be a challenging thing. So it has to be that person who can ride that middle of making the decisions that have to be made, but still thinking of the human element. I mean, the person who takes this role cannot be someone who's a jerk, right? They also,
So not.
Just being blunt.
I'm just being blunt. They can't be a jerk,
I hope
but
we
they
do better than
also
that.
can't be everybody's.
Can't be a pushover.
They can't be everybody's friend. And Mr. Furry has spoken to this. I would like, personally, I would like somebody who everybody knows that the decision ultimately is theirs, and not that they're not listening to their, what do we call
The board.
them? No, what do they?
Constituents?
No, what do they call Patty and the
Administrative.
cabinet?
Cabinet.
I was like there with the C word. Who certainly is being influenced by the cabinet and informed by the cabinet, but is not one of, like, the cabinet is not running the district, the superintendent is running the district.
Okay.
I have two things. First word is consistency. We have, over my experience, which is 20+ years in this group, seen so many major changes, not just from the superintendents, but from the administrative team. I mean, I can look over there right now and I see people that have just basically been in their position a year, a couple have been here forever, okay, with
We don't need to point.
technology.
We don't have to
Well,
point.
he's laughing because he knows what I mean. But the problem is we've had a lot of turnover
Okay.
in big jobs. I mean, you look at human resources, that's a huge job.
Director of BSC.
Yeah, I mean, and director, I mean, we've had a lot of administrative changes. That has to stop. We need to get consistency. We can't get our programs going because, okay, we got it down, nope, somebody new's coming in and we're starting all over again. Every time we start over again, we step backwards before we get going forward again.
Yeah.
And so I think, and that's not, I mean, I'm not talking about, I'm talking about administrative team.
Sure.
We need people that, you know, whatever you call them, the cabinet, whatever. And the other word is teamwork, which I just mentioned, that they need to work and work together under the direction of the superintendent, in my mind. The superintendent, the buck stops there, there's no doubt about it. I agree with Will, they have to own the decisions. But the stronger decision comes from the teamwork that's applied. The more your team has buy-in, the better the decision. So, you know, it's almost like a magician where you have to navigate those type of structures to get where you want it to be. You know where it needs to go, but if I come in and just do it, that's not being strong, that's being stupid, okay? When you come in, you wanna get them to buy in to your decision, where you want it to go. You want them to think they made that decision, because then they're gonna buy in far more, and you'll succeed much faster, because they're part of the decision-making process. So that's how I see administrative teams work. I've worked with them for a long time, all the way through up to state level. And the more you get that buy-in, the better it works. So those are the two things that I would like just to add there.
I'd like to add on to Chair Massaro's about buy-in and everything. And I've heard from some principals that they'd like to be more part of that collaboration and discussion. So that the superintendent would involve our principals in the discussion, you know, ultimately making the final decision, but spending more time hearing them, whether it's inviting them to these meetings, which can be helpful, but I think actually being present in the schools whenever possible, it's really good for collaboration and just for morale and guidance. So.
How many schools do you guys have now?
Nine.
Nine.
Plus the charter.
Yeah.
My observation is the previous administration, that relationship was delegated, and I don't know if this is at all what you were saying, but I got the feedback that it is the superintendent, like that's almost not a thing that can be delegated down to like an assistant superintendent, like our principals want to have two-way communication, not just one way, but two-way communication specifically with the superintendent. And I know I visited with a principal, I can't tell you exactly what month, but he hadn't had a one-on-one conversation with the superintendent in like 4 months. And I know that is something that came up in the eval, was that we want somebody who, I think Will brought up maybe in his about Ivory Tower, but we want somebody, part of that community part, that personality or that competency of reaching out to the community would also extend to our school leadership.
I got the same feedback.
Yeah.
All right, let's move to the teaching staff. I'm confident you all have a union. I don't know what level of membership teachers have with the union, don't know what the status is of contract negotiations, things like that. So help us understand that relationship.
Patty or Christy, do you know the percent of teacher union membership?
I think the teacher is close to 60.
60-40. We have a good relationship. Yeah, we have an excellent relationship at the moment with our union.
At the moment.
At the moment, because you never know, because you're
When
negotiating.
was the last time you were at impasse?
2 years ago.
2 years.
2 years ago.
2 years. Yeah.
We were at close to being at impasse and then it resolved. Like we started
That
the
was
process.
2 years ago or
2
years?
years
Okay.
ago, we started the process of being at impasse, but we were able to resolve it.
And
Okay,
since then,
so-
we also have a new union president who has been
She's great.
exceptional. She's really good. She's really good. Of all the ones that we've dealt with, I believe she's very fair on both sides. She gets it. And it's a good relationship at this particular moment. Right. It can change.
There might need to be a little repair in that. You're hearing from 2 of the board members who weren't accused of being unethical by that person. So I would say from my perspective, I would want a superintendent who could come in and make sure, I consider the school board to be a really important entity as part of the school district. And I would hope we could have a superintendent who could better foster the relationship. I just think we're too small of a town to not have great relationships with everybody involved.
Okay. Any other comments? All right, what about support staff? Separate union from the teachers? And do we know what level of membership they have?
Union membership, anybody?
I don't.
I want to say a little over 50.
Yeah,
Okay.
it is a little over 50.
And when was the last time you got close to impasse or had impasse on that side?
Years.
That's been years.
Okay, so there's, that contract is typically
Yeah.
a smooth working
Yes.
Yeah, it's
contract?
been a while.
Yes.
Okay.
That we were even close to it.
There was, I think it's relevant, there was, within a little over a year, some contention with the board over, insurance monies and rebates. That has since been, I think, resolved, but that was, to me, that was important enough that it's not been years. That was.
Well, it was just last year, and that was because we had somebody at the bargaining table promise stuff that was not appropriate to
right.
promise. So it ended up getting worked out when more information came out, but it really did put everybody in a very bad position, because it looked as though the board was bargaining in bad faith, and they.
But that was for both unions, that was
Not
not
both
just.
unions, not just,
yeah.
that was
Correct,
both
that was.
unions.
Oh, okay.
It was
Okay.
both
That was
unions,
not just.
just,
Mhm.
no.
FASBA.
But Andrew, I do want to share, I mean, that's something that I will say, the school staff and the community, they see the school board as really making these decisions. And something that I have asked for in meetings is just, it kind of goes back to like, who's running the board, right? And just, if the school board is going to be attributed with a decision, like this was our doing, I wanna make full well that it, like, we were handled, or we were, informed in the right way, we were brought to the table in the right way. I mean, I almost feel like sometimes it looks as if it is our doing when it was, I don't know that I was fully engaged on it.
Okay. What about the relationship with parents and guardians and families in the community? How would the parents describe the relationship with the school district?
Some would say it's great, and others would say it's awful, depending on their particular
I think it's
involvement.
polarized.
Yeah, yeah,
I think
again,
it is
yeah.
very polarized.
And
Yeah.
what cracks me up half the times is some of the polarizing comments are coming from people whose kids
Okay.
don't even attend
Yeah, don't have
school
kids
here.
here. Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah, a lot of them are.
Right, so,
Yeah, I think that could be better. You know, you know, we went through a period here where, right now in the climate, it's about, you know, parental rights is a big topic right now, and I think the superintendent needs to communicate that those are being respected, whatever the values are of the family. I think that what parents have loudly spoken in this last election, they want their morals and values to come from the home, right? And at school, they want them to be focused on learning, right? And I think that's something that should be respected.
That's a huge one for me, is parental rights. Obviously, that's what we ran on, and I know we have a lot of new legislation anyway, but just making sure that that's respected.
Now, the school district has reached out to the community during tragedies,
Yes.
and that was seen in the past, I'm aware of that, I believe, and so that really probably fostered some good, positive feedback from the community, didn't it?
Well,
Was
Most
some
of
the
it
things-
is.
most of
negative.
it's positive, but
Yeah.
you're gonna get your naysayers no matter what you do. And I think that we have more positive than negative.
Yeah.
But no matter what we do, or what decisions are made, or how we react to any situation, you're gonna have people that think strong, no matter what we do.
Right.
So you kinda live to grow and bear it, but it's, for the most part, it's positive. Social media is a pain in the butt. You know, if they got rid of Facebook, they probably would have a lot of issues resolved. But that's the way it is. You know, so you've learned to administer differently, because you know it's whatever you do, you're gonna have a balance. You're gonna have people that's gonna say they hate it, and you have other people saying, best thing that ever happened. So you just do the best you can.
Do you have any surveys that go out to parents?
They do, they do.
The schools typically do individually, correct?
it's district-wide.
There's
But through the
district-wide, and
schools.
it's both, they do both.
both.
Yeah, they do both. And I also think we have a
That'd probably be
link
helpful
on
for
our
you to get.
webpage
Yeah.
too, which we don't, it's called Let's Talk, which actually, we've been debating whether we're gonna keep it or not, because it's something different, but the idea is that if somebody has something they want discussed, they can put it in there and it'll go to wherever it needs to go to be, you know.
So it's an
taken care
input
of.
form of sorts.
Exactly.
Ryan, who would have the results of our
Most recent.
surveys?
Jason.
Jason, would you
Jason.
have the survey results? Do you think you could get Andrea a copy of that? Okay.
He's shaking his
Yeah,
head,
just the
yes.
most recent, that'd be
Yeah,
helpful.
because we do it with the communication is a
Yeah.
biggie, that's
Yeah.
part of our
Mhm.
strategic
And we
plan.
did
We need to do that.
With SACS accreditation too.
Sure.
Sometimes it's
Yeah.
good to benchmark it year after year too, and see,
Yeah.
kind of, you get some trends.
Moving in the right direction or not.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yep, 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 yep.
Dr. Vogel, something that I would love to share is something that came up during the recent campaign, the recent election, but also we've had conversations about, especially now with educational choice dollars. It's becoming a bigger conversation of who is the customer right? And really, the idea of, I think for the first time, right, I'm 45 years old, is this idea of the parent being the customer, and that it is the parent, not the student, who chooses whether that student goes to a Flagler County public school or goes to a private school. And so something I know that I would be looking for is somebody who both really believes in student success and excellence, but also understands Flagler Schools as, to some extent, a business, because that's really kind of what we're almost working
Absolutely.
with today, because specifically educational choice dollars. So it's no longer appropriate to have someone who says, well, it's just about, it's just about the education, it's just about the kids, it's just about, I don't care that we're really making parents angry, because it's those parents are the ones who choose whether they come to school or not.
Right.
So to me, that is a balance. It's a balancing act.
Yeah, I definitely don't want a superintendent that's gonna say, oh, well, it's all because of vouchers, right? Where our problems are because of vouchers. We get somebody that can learn how to live within this world of universal school choice for everybody. And I still believe that we have the best product, right? We have the best facilities. We have, our standards for teachers are higher than other schools. We should be the go-to, and we are still the go-to in Flagler County. We only have one charter school at the moment, right? But we just need to keep improving our product because I do believe that if we don't, alternatives will pop up. Competition.
For sure.
And competition is good because it keeps you on your toes, but at the same time, we have an opportunity that maybe some other areas don't have to get ahead of that and say, hey, let's be visionary now, where other schools might say, I don't want to compete with them, they're too good. So, ultimately that should be the end goal, right?
Right. Put them out of business.
Right.
They don't have any business.
I mean, essentially, I believe they provide a valuable need in the community, but that's why they succeed, is when they're filling a need that's not being met by the public schools. And if we're meeting those needs, and I think that's part of that collaboration with parents, why do you want to homeschool, right? I think that's great. If you think that's the right choice for your child, but why is it? Is it because you feel you can teach your child better than our instructors? Or is it because you're concerned about the environment or their safety, right? Those are things that we can solve, right? We can improve the environment. We can make parents feel safe, that their kids are safe when they're at school, if that's a concern of them.
Absolutely.
I'm just saying, you can't solve a problem until you know what it is. And there are some that just say, I just prefer to have my kids homeschooled. And I respect that, and I think that's great. But I think there's a lot of, right now I think we have over 1,000 kids in homeschool right now, and I don't think all of those are just because they feel like they would rather homeschool than send their kids to school. And so
It's a conscious choice out of Flagler is what you're saying.
Exactly. And I don't feel that our schools are unsafe at all. I don't try to put that narrative out there. But some parents are watching the news and they see things going on in other schools and they just assume that's happening everywhere, right? So they make these decisions. And we did a walkthrough when we were running. The former superintendent had a open house for our classroom to careers, and I remember I was invited to come do that, and it really opened I did not realize how ahead we were in technical and these things here until I walked through it. But it took that invitation and it took that being able to see it firsthand. So I think
to know what was there,
involving the community and being more proactive to invite the parents in to kind of see what we got to offer, right? So that's what I'd add to that.
Absolutely.
Let's shift to students. What is the relationship that you all have with students? I mean, you were talking about parents that maybe some don't want to come to the school. Are all your students in this community wanting to come to your schools? What special opportunities do they have?
I can speak for my kids. My wife was evaluating that at one point and floated that question to our kids, and they were devastated that we were even thinking about it. They love the school, they love their teachers, they love their friends that they have here, the social aspect of it. And I know some of their friends as well. You know, there are different reasons why parents might choose that. It might be bullying, things like that are there, but within those that within the sphere and my sphere of influence, most of them go to public school, and they seem to be pleased with it.
I think our students have a lot of opportunity, especially getting into high school, whether it's dual enrollment or the classroom to career, and I think a lot of families value that and see that it's a huge positive here.
I would agree. I'm trying to think of your question from a student's perspective. And it's not like we have 2 student board members
Okay.
on our,
That's
so
good.
that's important to note for a superintendent.
They show up at all board meetings?
Yes.
Yes,
The
except
night
workshops
business.
are
The night
nighttime.
ones.
Okay.
They alternate,
Mhm.
you
That's
know,
okay.
but we lean on them. We want their input. We want them to share.
Okay.
They go through a pretty rigorous process to be selected at their school level. We don't get involved in the selection, but I know they go through a pretty rigorous process with the intention of being the voice of the student body at the school board meetings. And we ask them for their thoughts and opinions on something.
So you get the feedback from
We
a
do, and they're
student
not.
every meeting, it sounds like.
They're typically not shy over the years.
Yeah, kids are now
now
shy,
I don't recall ever really working with, yeah, that was, you know, very quiet or reserved or kept all their thoughts and feelings to themselves. Oftentimes they bring a perspective that is priceless, and kind of grounds a situation immediately, for all of us in the room. So that, I know that opportunity doesn't exist everywhere, but, and
Yeah.
outside of that, you know, lots of, like everybody else had said, opportunities for clubs and activities and whatnot, so.
Yeah.
And even outside of the schools, that's probably, it used to be a big pet peeve of mine when my kids were younger, that there was nothing to do in this county, and the truth is, there is a ton to do in this county, you just have to go out and find it, but PAL is a major player in our community.
PAL is?
PAL is.
Mhm.
They have a ton of activities for students. Little League is a big player in the community. And even the faith-based organizations have activities and opportunities for students. So there's usually, and you've got the beach, you know, so there's always something organized going on.
There's lots of camps.
Yes, you know, for students to get involved in.
Okay, going along with what Colleen was saying about our student representatives, I host quarterly a teen town hall virtually.
That's good.
Yeah, and those are my 2 leaders. That's an
Mhm.
automatic responsibility that comes with their position. And usually there's a topic, but then they have time for conversation with the participants.
You do a
And it
great
ends-
job with it.
Mhm.
Yeah, it ends with the teen summit that's held here, that it's open up to kids, that
That's
takes a
great.
lot of those topics and the community, I work a lot with the community groups, a lot.
That's excellent.
And I think that's a big help, because you get more perspective of what the kids are thinking.
Sure,
You
I
know,
like the teen summit being
Yeah,
like a
yeah.
culminating activity.
Exactly.
Mhm.
So we have that, and then the other piece is I have a sophomore in high school here. And she hates mornings, but she'll get up early every morning and be ready to get to school because she loves school. And she's in the ACE program, and it's academically very challenging. The only complaint I've ever heard is somewhat lack of consistency among staff members. You know, like one teacher will allow you to do this, the other teacher won't allow you to do that. And that's where it gets confusing to our students,
Mhm.
because they don't get, you know, they don't understand, well, how come I can in their class, but I can't in this
Right, right,
class?
right, right.
You know?
Story
so-
as old as time.
Yeah, simply, and with the new cell phone rules and regulations, it's gonna prove quite challenging, I think,
That's gonna
this
be
year.
difficult for every district.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
is, so, I mean, that's the only ever complaint, but loves the academics, the challenges, and the activities, which is a plus.
And I would say, I mean, things have been, on the student front, I would say fairly quiet this last year, but previously, I mean, we did have a student body that was very outspoken
Okay.
in regards to LGBTQ rights, in regards to some of the book situations and book whether we were banning a book or not. So
So they're not afraid to come and tell you
no,
what
no,
they're doing.
they're
They won't.
well, you know, they're, and to be personally, you know, clear, I think that's the point of education in some ways, is for them to find their voice and know how to share their point of view. Constructively.
Yes.
So, but yeah, so we've got a great student body.
Yeah, and I also think the fact that we all are involved in school SAC groups, I think each of us has some SAC responsibilities with the school, so we get to meet with students and their parents on a pretty regular basis, and that also kind of keeps us in the loop. which I
Each of you
think's-
has like a certain
Yeah.
number of schools that you
Yeah.
are the liaison to through their SAC.
Yes, yes, I
Did
think
the
that's important.
Did the superintendent have a student advisory committee?
She did, yes, she did.
She did, and previous superintendent did as
Yeah,
well.
and she also had a teacher
teacher.
advisory, every teacher,
Superin-
yeah.
And teacher advisory.
She had a
committee.
Yeah.
teacher advisory.
The teachers that
She had
were
a business
nominated.
advisory
And a faith-based.
and a faith-based advisory group.
I
Yep.
will say with the teacher advisory, and there's a positive and negative to it, it's my understanding the teacher advisory was comprised of, the teachers of the year.
From
Correct.
each school was
Each
their
school has a
representative.
teacher of
Which
the year.
again, you're getting like the people who are being like real successful. So, that was her decision to make. I just always found that really interesting to, anyway.
She was looking for a venue to
Keep them
continue
aware.
their
Yeah.
involvement.
Oh, got you. But as far as advisory, you're getting people who are very kind of specific.
Yeah.
Anyway, I just wanted to continue real quick on the points being made. Something that has also bubbled up is kind of the need for more SOPs, more structure. And so, Chair Massaro mentioned this, but I don't think it's just with teachers. It's, we need a leader who can have very clear expectations, be able to communicate those expectations and hold everybody account equally. I think that's, I'm just kind of summarizing what everybody's already said, but, you know, where we get into problems is if we are disciplining one student differently.
Yeah, one school does the dress code violation, the other gets away with it.
Well,
Yeah.
even within,
Pretty much.
Yeah,
within
pretty
the,
much, yeah.
even within the same school.
Sure, teachers,
And
yeah.
so, you know, to have someone who has enough of an organizational background, I have used the word squishy. I think there are some things in this district that are squishy. Dr. Conklin brought this up, but we did have a student who did a protest, and I talked directly with him, and one of his frustrations was that the rules kept changing, and he was given approval for this, and then it was taken back, and then this, and then this, and so I think, I mean, I agree with Dr. Conklin. I think they're, you know, I think we definitely want to involve our students, of course, and hear from them, but we need to have our act together,
Okay.
so that things don't go awry.
So I'm gonna shift to board and superintendent relationships, and I'm confident that there are strong opinions. So what I'd like for you to do is kind of tell me what are the key elements that you're looking for, and are there structures that you want to see put in place, for example, of getting an item on the agenda that you think that structure currently doesn't exist. So what does your ideal relationship look like, and what structures do you think are needed, if any?
Well, I'll start. The number one thing that I think is completely important is communication. Communication needs to be consistent with all of us. And if you don't have that piece, and you don't have those exchanges, then it's really hard to get the buy-in to make things work. So to me, that is the
Okay.
most important piece, how you communicate with each of the board members. And there's ways to do it, there's established ways to do it, which I'm sure they'll explain.
Yeah, what's important to me is, you know, straight and to the point, you know, let's get right down to what we need. Personally, I don't like a lot of fluff in there. You know, we only have so much time in these board meetings to get things done. So that's something that's important. You know, weekly communication with the board, whether it be through one-on-one meetings. Not all of us can necessarily meet every week with the superintendent in person, but if we're going to communicate things out, like through an email to the board every Friday, right? Make it very meaningful information, right? And of course, if we want to highlight some other things, some wins and everything like that, but if it is truly a communication, I want to know more about the overall health of the district, what's going on in these departments or areas where we were struggling that week or whatever. Just to have the superintendent kind of share what's going on in their mind, some of the things that are important that maybe that they're not necessarily needing our input on right now, but knowing kind of where the superintendent's focus is at a given look, and also help us give them guidance when needed. You know, that's part of the communication process.
I know Sally has said this a lot, but when we come to an agreement on we want something on the agenda, it'll take like months and months. Like, I think we want to be effective while we're here. We want to see things get done.
Yeah,
make sure we're filling our time.
She's right. We do, if we have something that comes up at a board meeting, we'll ask for consent. We get 3 more people advise and say yes, okay, then it becomes an agenda item, but we may not see that for 6 months.
Okay.
And that needs to be much more efficient. With that, you're exactly right.
And communication as to why it's not, like if there's a real reason why that needs the weight, because maybe there's
A data that's lagging or
right, data that's
something.
lagging or
Yeah.
something, but not just kind of like this black hole of ideas, and then we just wonder, oh,
Where is
when
it?
is that coming? But like say, okay, that's great, it looks like we're gonna try and get that on the agenda 2 months from now, because we'll have this, and this. It's just helpful because again, outside of this boardroom, we are also living full lives as well, and we would love to say, you know, hey, just follow up with me, but you know, if we bring it up here, we should expect some sort of feedback once there's consensus, one way or the other, where it's going, you know.
Timely matter.
We
We
could
need
use
to
the
do that.
Guardian as an example. I remember you saying like, look, let's just bring it to a vote, like, you know, making sure.
Yeah, and I just think that we gotta work better at that. I think it seems like there's consensus to get there, and I think with the even with the interim and with our new one, ultimately we gotta do better at that. So yeah, I agree. There's definitely examples.
Let me ask you a question.
Hold on one second.
Go ahead.
Colleen was out of the room,
I'm
so I
sorry,
wanted
go
to know
ahead.
the question. I was asking for, what does the ideal relationship between the board and the superintendent look like? And are there some structures that you think are missing right now that need to be put into place? Okay, Bill, go ahead.
And I said communication.
Is there a follow-up system in place? Let's say Mr. Chong requests just some information that the superintendent might not have, and it's not something that has to go on the agenda. Is that information given to the board members promptly?
Yes, and I would say
Is there-
Ms. Moore has been the most effective. at
Okay, good,
always
so I
being
think
willing to get back to
I
us.
think that's something that's important.
Yeah,
So
we get it.
all of those, you get all that through some sort of system.
And the
Okay.
staff will often take notes while we're talking, and
Right.
then they'll say, I'll make sure you get that report, you
Right.
know.
Good, so the
That's
individual
Yeah, that
is
is
good.
good.
That's working.
That is very helpful to have that.
Okay.
The way we structure this, where we do the agenda workshop in the beginning, so we lay it out, all our questions get out there. Usually we get all the information by the next workshop, and then we have our meeting that night, our business meeting to vote. I feel that's been a very effective
Excellent.
System, and we do get the information.
Okay, so you're, what do you call those, pre-agenda meetings?
No, it's just, it's
Working
workshop.
agenda.
Working agenda.
It's
Yeah,
working
working
agenda.
The breakdown is if the board wants something on the agenda, it does not get back sometimes for a period of
Correct.
time. Okay,
Correct.
got it.
Yeah, that needs to be.
So your working agenda meeting structure is effective?
Yes,
Good.
You all agree?
yes.
Good,
And then we also have the information workshop.
yeah,
So that's where everything starts.
good.
Gotcha.
Starts at your information workshop where.
Which is
it
what we're
might
doing
be-
here today, for example.
Correct.
Got it.
It might be a new idea, or it might be purely a share out of information, data
Okay.
that has come in, that they don't need to take action on.
Gotcha.
Those are the
Okay.
two purposes.
We recently have been working through what you're talking about, and so something that has come up is, and Will spoke to this, I mean, we have had instances where we're scheduling another 2-hour meeting because maybe we sat through 3 hours of something that we as a board were ultimately not even voting on. It was something that's already been approved, and so we're working with Superintendent Moore on helping us be more effective with the amount of time that we have. And maybe it's how we label things, like this is for information only, where this is, this is gonna be voted on. So I would say, while I think we're all positive about it, because we see that we're making progress, I have not felt that things have been run the way, that is most efficient and effective for this board. And I just wanna say one other piece. Again, it goes back to that balancing act of, I feel like I'm being handled if we are not at minimum partners in what's going on. I would want to make sure we do not have a superintendent who really would prefer to not have a board, and really, because I think a lot of leaders would love to just do what they want to do without having oversight or somebody giving their opinion. So to me, it's a fine line. Again, we are elected members. We could be anybody with any background. Mm-hmm. So it needs to be a strong enough person who can do what the district needs, but also doesn't just handle a board, but finds a way to work with them for the benefit of the district.
That's good. That's a good point.
So, what was the question?
The question is, what is the ideal relationship between the board and the superintendent that you'd like to see, and are there some structures that need to be, that you think maybe are missing that need to be in place?
So I definitely think the ideal is when you have a united leadership team. That the board and the superintendent are a team. That both entities pull the other into opportunities where they're viewed as a team, because I think that sets the stage for everything else. That doesn't mean to say, as a board, you can't question things, or the superintendent can't question things. I think you can have differences of opinion that's what's beautiful about it all, right? But having that place where you come together, where you're both viewing each other as an important member of that team, right? So the superintendent leadership, the board leadership, that it's a united front. It's not us versus them or whatnot. That doesn't mean that there's not those checks and balances in place. As far as a structure, with every superintendent, especially I would think.
How many have you been through, superintendents? 6?
5 or 6, yeah.
Easily?
I think it's more than 6.
It might be 6.
Anyway.
Could be 7.
Anyway.
With each
Christy,
one.
count. Communication, there's nothing better than face-to-face communication.
6. We have had 6 superintendents since 2005.
Well, 1,
we are going
2,
on our 7th.
Bill,
Okay.
Janet, Jacob, no, Jim, I'm going on 8.
Oh, well, I was just doing it from Bill. I wasn't
Oh,
doing
yeah,
Mr.
no, I had 2
Corley.
before that.
Yeah, you had Mr. Corley and.
So the structures you've noticed.
Yeah, the
Hey.
structures I've noticed.
Yeah.
I think I've had those board those
That was before.
superintendents
Yeah.
that I barely had
Wow.
conversations with. And those were always dysfunctional relationships, always. I've had those relationships where I've had weekly meetings with superintendents, and those are by far 100% the best relationships I've ever had with superintendents. And that's because there's so much miscommunication that can happen.
Right.
And when you don't know, what do?
Make it up.
You make it up, and you fill in the blanks with the worst case scenario. And that, I know that there were several, I won't say several, there were a couple of really good superintendents. Dr. Bob Williams was the first superintendent I worked with, and that was, 23 years ago?
Yep.
And anytime that I see him, I immediately walk up to him and just apologize.
Aw.
I didn't know a lot of what I know now, especially, but I didn't understand everything. I just simply didn't understand everything, and I came out of the classroom. So I used to literally show up at his office almost every day and be like, okay, so what can I do today for you?
Yeah.
I mean, I tortured him. But I've learned, the opposite of that is not good either. No communication or keeping a firewall between you and the superintendent is not good either, because, it's important to have a relationship, and it's important to build that relationship, and there's no other way to do it but to spend time with each other. So with like Jim Tager, we used to go to breakfast every single week, Wednesday or Tuesday mornings, and that was our time together to get to know each other. Kathy and I did it. We just didn't eat. We met every single week, but it was an opportunity to learn each other's style, learn about each other's families, to ask questions. If there was something going on that I didn't understand was going on, or if an action was taken that I didn't agree with, it was why would you take that action? And oftentimes there was pieces of the puzzle that I wasn't privy to, or I didn't know, or I wasn't aware of. And so I found that constant, consistent communication really being
That's important to you.
the key to building trust. And when it broke down, Christy kind of navigated some of those relationships where the trust between myself and a superintendent completely broke down. And it was, turning to the attorney to say, okay, and that both the superintendent and myself turning to the attorney to say, all right, we need you to be a third party and kind of assist in helping us repair this relationship. Because it was, if there is dysfunction between the superintendent and any board member, it shows up as a huge crack on the entire team.
Mm-hmm.
And it festers if it's not dealt with. And so the communication is really critical, and it's important. And Will, it was funny when I was listening to you talk about, the email that we get. When we started getting the emails on the Friday, years ago, we used to get a Friday packet. And it would be a written packet in a big manila envelope. And it would be all the different things going on. It would be personnel changes. It would be, it was a big packet. And we stopped doing that for obvious cost reasons. It was ridiculous that we even did that. We had somebody personally, a mail carrier, driving to everybody's home. And I loved, but anyway. The only issue with what you're talking about, right, in like the email communication, and I'm mentioning this because I think it's important, because we may have out-of-state candidates watching, that everything is in the sunshine. And that means that written communication is sunshine. So when we get an update from a superintendent, if they're smart, they're not going to put in great detail or challenge. They're not going to outline like what you may want to see, what I may want to see, what we all may want to see as far as the meat and the details of what's going on to keep me updated. That is the worst place in the world that they could put that information, because the press can request it. And then a sensitive issue or topic that really has no place to be in the public at that moment in time is now out there that could cause somebody an embarrassment or whatever it might be. But if you're doing that face to face, then you get to hear what's going on, or you might get to hear those concerns or whatever it might be. And if it's something that's, you hope that if it's something major, it's going to end up coming to a board meeting. But that's the only concern that I would have with like the written communications that we were getting.
Yeah.
'Cause most of them were fairly, generic.
They were, they were,
But
generic.
but I could see them becoming those also a source of frustration, because it's like you're not getting everything that you feel like you might need. But communication is the biggest piece with superintendent and school board members.
Just to expand on that, there is that, definitely does not, the one-on-one is going to be the best, right? And nothing replaces that, right? But what each board member has some things that are more important to them than others, or a focus, let's just say.
Areas of
All
focus, yeah.
All important, but we're, I might be more focused on, how are our discipline policies being done, some stats on that. Something more along those lines, you know what I mean? And maybe they're not sent out to every board member, they're sent out to individuals, so they're not in a group, email to all of us, right? But of course, yes, not everything needs to be sent out in an email, but I just meant more about identifying, that's part of understanding the board, identifying what's really important to each individual board member.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, and finding out how they can fill that information, that need, in a way that's not, overly burdensome or cumbersome, right? But I think that builds a better relationship between
It's
the
really
superintendent.
nourishing those things.
Right,
Yes.
because then I'm not necessarily, there's a lot of things in there, it's great information, but maybe I just don't want to read through all that stuff. I just want the meat and potatoes that I need to just help me get my mind in the right place. That's kind of what I meant, was being a little bit more focused on regular updates that
Okay,
could be more
got it.
meaningful to each board member, right?
Got it.
Yeah, and I think that responsibility too, though, does fall upon the board members themselves, that we make time available for those one-on-ones that we have to have. And I think that could help Sally too, because I understand where you feel we might be handled, but if you meet with the superintendent, and that's what I do, I meet every other week, because I have to go through the agenda, and I go through every agenda item. And lots of times I have questions. I don't understand, well, why are we doing this? What is this for? And that kind of handles the handling issue, why I don't really see it as much as handling as you may. And I think that if we take on that it's part of our responsibility to do that. That's part of being a school board member, that you need to have those face-to-face meetings, and then you get the answers. And if you have questions at that time, ask those questions. You can ask anything, and then you can get whatever you need to get back to you. So when you go to the board meeting, you're ready to roll. You get it.
And I think the way to avoid, because I do know that feeling that you're talking about. So I think it's important for a superintendent coming in to take the concerns of a board member seriously, because you're sharing them because you're hearing them as a concern from the community.
Right.
It's got nothing to, right, exactly. It's not an attack on the superintendent, it's not an attack on the school district. It may be a concern you're bringing forward from a constituent that you've heard about. It may be a concern that you've witnessed or you've seen. But it should be addressed, and it should be acknowledged. Now, if there's major action, if you're asking for major action or initiative or, something, then that should be brought forward to a board meeting, and then the three consensus,
Direction, if something
being
needs
there.
direction.
But,
Beyond management.
I've been in those situations with superintendents in the past where it's been like, okay, yeah, we'll look into that, and it's not taken seriously. Meanwhile, you're the one that has to go back and face the constituent to provide some kind of, response, and you have nothing to share.
Right.
And so it's important, I think, for a superintendent to at least realize, and I don't know what it's like in other states, but in Florida, the electorate holds us accountable, and they're not shy about asking for a follow-up
Right.
on where this issue is and
Right.
whatnot.
Right.
And so it just puts us in a terrible position when we have nothing
Right.
to share back. Even if the response is, the superintendent said there's nothing on this situation, or whatever it might be. But to not just be, okay, yeah, we'll look into that another time.
As a former superintendent, I feel it's a superintendent's responsibility to make sure every board member is informed and follow up on every single situation, and make sure that board member knows exactly what action was taken. And I think it's up to the superintendent, just like you gave an example, Mr. Tager, it was convenient for him to meet you for breakfast. It might not be for Mrs. Mazzaro.
Right.
But I need to find out when the best time is to update board members. And I totally agree. I could send out a lot of information to board members, but nothing beats the personal one-on-one
Yeah.
conversation for the reasons we've talked about right here. And that's totally the goal. And anybody who applies for the job or gets the job, I tell them that it's their responsibility to do it.
Yeah.
I think this has been an excellent discussion.
Dr. Vogel, if I can just add one last thing, and then
Absolutely.
I've got to take a break. I don't know what the balancing act is with this, but in your experience, I want someone who focuses on being good, not looking good. And I know it's really challenging, especially with vouchers and whatnot, and if our score's on something, maybe we want to highlight the things that were scored well, but we almost can't then improve if we're not being
Right,
real.
right.
So to me, it's somebody, I don't want someone with a really awesome marketing degree who just is gonna we're amazing. I want someone who they themselves are an amazing leader, who is going to make sure that we don't have to spin anything or hide anything or worry about public records, because it's all great.
Absolutely. I know exactly what you mean.
Okay, good.
But I will say this. I think there are plenty of people out there that can do what you just described, but they need to know that in being good and not always looking good, the board will continue to support that person.
Trust. Yes. If you come to me and say, this number's not great, here's what we're doing about it. Do you have any other ideas, or whatever that is? We have a lot of challenges in Flagler County. I mean, we just do. So but what I don't want is for us to not go after them with big ideas.
Sure.
That is who I am looking for, is someone who's not managing what we're working with now, but someone who has big ideas, has the right personality, who can come in and make us really excellent. So thank you for that.
Yeah.
Great point.
I heard you say you wanted a break.
I
We're
do.
gonna shift to the timeline in just a second. Does everybody need like a 5-minute?
Yeah, that'd be good.
Yeah.
Stretch, is
Yes.
that okay?
Yes.
Can-
Yeah, excellent.
Madam Chair? can-
Absolutely. All right, so are we done this
Take a
segment
recess.
then?
Yeah.
All right, then we'll recess for 5 minutes, well, a little after 2, we'll come back and get going again, as soon as we all get back here. Fair enough?
If you've ever seen this,
All right, perfect.
it's
Thank
just-
you.
It's on the internet.
Yeah, all right, let's get going. Where do we go next?
Next, we're gonna go to Mr. Reichert with the timeline.
Okay.
I believe you have a copy of the timeline in
Yep.
your packet,
Yep.
and I just briefly wanted to let you
God
know.
bless you.
That we did update from the last board workshop, the online survey. There was some concern about the short time period and
Yeah.
being over the summer. So we have corrected that to where the online survey will begin July 28th. We then, prior to, if you look at August 15th is our next board meeting, we will compile the results of whatever we have from the online survey from July 28th up until the 15th and be able to share with you those results and the feedback that you received from those who completed the survey, even though the survey will continue to run until September 15th. So we'll have a partial report for you back at the August 15th meeting. On the second page at the very bottom, second item from the bottom, November the 28th, that is the date that we had changed for your board meeting since you already had one scheduled to approve the contract. So I just simply wanted to share this with you. We've updated it based on your input from the last meeting. I will then share this with Ryan and ask that he add that to your superintendent search website portal so your community can be updated on the latest version of the timeline. And if there are no questions, thank you, Ms. Messina.
Well, let's wait and see if there are any questions.
Yes.
Dr. Conklin.
Just for clarification, when do you want our names for the advisory committee?
Okay.
Is that at the 15th meeting, or will you already have them at the 15th meeting?
No, ma'am. That will be at the 15th
Okay.
meeting, and that is one of our items. And then if you don't mind,
No, please do.
if we could just be thinking about how the board would like to identify your Citizens Advisory Committee. I did look back at your previous search in 20. From the records I have, while the board identified there were 4 or 5 organizations like your teacher union leadership, your support staff leadership. I think you had someone from the
Ed Foundation.
the Ed Foundation, and also
There's a gentleman
the
there.
Performing Arts Center. I think you had one of those. I think the board said, let's take 5 people that we all agree we need to have on this advisory group. And then the board, as 5 members, picked another, say, 3 individuals from at large.
Yeah, I think we recommended 3
3,
names.
and then so with 5 members, that'd be 15 plus the 5 kind of organizational, maybe
Yeah.
want the sheriff on there. That gave us about 20 members. I think 1 member was unable to attend at the last minute, and we wound up with 19. But if you could have, we would like to identify that group at this August 15th meeting. So if you're kind of in agreement to be ready for maybe 5 organizational representatives that you all would agree upon, that you feel, yes, we must have these 5 or 6, and then each board member could have 3 names that you would say, you know, I want
Right.
the teacher of the year on there, or I want, you know, a high school principal to be, you know, whatever the board thinks. And then if you could have your names, their email addresses, and a phone number, because then I would kind of immediately start contacting them. We have some training with them about sunshine requirements, some communication of how they'll receive applications. So that would be the meeting that we would look to identify that group.
Okay.
Can you give me a quick overview of what those, how it would look like for those committees? Our individual ones as board members? How they would receive the applications and?
Right, once the board selects a committee, so you have 20 committee members, then I would take the email addresses from those members. I would then, the next day or 2, send them an introductory email from me and basically let them know about sunshine training that will be required, give them a brief overview of what that might look like. I will inform them that as soon as applications start coming in, they will receive every application. Their goal will be to look at those applications, and at least by the first meeting, we'll have 2 meetings with them. When the jobs close out, we have our first meeting. I would ask them to come with a group of 15 to 18 to 20 that they feel should remain under consideration. We then kind of talk about that group at the first meeting. Then between the first meeting and the second meeting, we'll ask them to do some continued research on those applicants, social media research. You know, if there's a member of a chamber who's on this advisory committee, that chamber member may know it's the chamber member from the county this applicant's from. They can call and do some research. If you have a teacher on this advisory committee, there certainly may be a teacher from that district that this person is applying from, that person can check and get some information on their involvement in the community, what their relationship there is with the union, how they deal with community and, you know, members. And then we take that 18 to 20 and maybe narrow it down to 12 or 15. It's whatever the group kind of says. Here's a group of people that we think the board should further consider. Typically, these advisory committee members, that they will come away with anywhere from 8 to 11, 12 names to submit to the board for your further consideration. We certainly tell this committee, the board can add anyone to the list that you submit to them. And that's kind of the very brief elementary review of what the committee functions are. We do have some guidelines that we will give them to follow. You know, certainly, you know, do's and don'ts when you might be calling a peer in another county to get some references. You never ask these questions, you never get to this arena. So we do kind of give them some guidelines that we'll share with you at the August 15th meeting as well.
So do they get them as they come in, or do they get them all at one time?
As they come in.
Okay.
And I'll back up one more step. Let's say we post it, the first week we have 2 applications that are complete applications. I will then send those to the board, to probably Christy first, and ask her to forward those to the board members. The next day I will send those to the advisory committee. We want the board members to get the applications as they come in and receive them first.
But the one thing we would like you to consider when you're thinking of who to appoint is looking at the dates of those meetings, which are already set, September 19th and September 28th, because whoever you appoint needs to be available both of those nights. Now, we will figure out a way, you guys have a way. I'm sorry?
So the 19th, 28th, and the 29th.
29th is when you would have the
We had
recommendations.
the recommendations.
Right.
Got you, okay,
So
thank
you
you.
need to be reaching out to these people.
You need to at least let them know that they're gonna hear from us, because you wanna ask them, hey, we're doing this superintendent search. I, as a board member, get to have 3 people represent, you know, my seat, what my district, they don't have to live in your district necessarily, it's however you guys wanna set it up. But I'm gonna need you to be available September 19th at 6 p.m. and September 28th at 6 p.m. If they can't attend those 2 evenings, then maybe they
Scratch them
can
off your list.
participate in giving you feedback another way, but we really need their participation on those 2 nights. And ideally, they'll be able to come in person, because just like everything else, if you have 15 people in person and 2 online, the 2 online feel a little disconnected. So we really would
And you
like
will
for that.
probably already, you may get people that reach out to you that say, I know you're looking for advisory committee members, I'd really love to participate, so just an FYI. That's already happened to me.
Yeah.
And John will coordinate the committee's work, so you don't need to appoint a chairman.
I think you might be-
John, a role that I think would be really valuable, but I don't know, is our 3 core mayors of Palm Coast, Flagler Beach, and Bunnell, at a minimum. I don't know about Marineland, or, is that, you know, we've got Sunshine, does that put them in a bad,
No.
would that be a good thing as a board for us to think about having our local mayors, or would that be a bad thing?
I don't think it's good or bad.
No,
We've had-
it's not. I will say if you say, well, let's have 3 mayors. Do you have 2 other mayors?
Yep.
Then who
Yeah.
do you not include?
We have 5 mayors. 2 of them are from pretty small.
So.
No,
yeah.
I would,
They are
that's,
small.
right, so anyway, I just wanna throw out specifically mayor, as in, because they are really,
Do they have a council of local governments that meet?
each, has
City
some type,
council.
either city council
Or
or.
maybe if they do, maybe the chairman of that group.
Sometimes when he's talking about a council,
Like
he's
all the
talking about
mayors
like
get together
a group
once a
where
month.
all the mayors meet as a group.
They have
That's
that
what
occasionally.
they do on a
regular
Oh.
basis.
And then somebody
Yeah.
calls, someone's the
Like they
head
almost
this year.
pick somebody,
They pick
Yes.
someone, maybe that's.
Yes.
to represent them.
Yes.
Right. But when you kind of, if you have, you know, it's, I think some boards maybe, they feel like, okay, if we pick a certain group,
We got enough
then
elected amongst ourselves.
yeah, who do we leave out? You know, it kind of puts the
Yeah.
board in a bad,
Yeah.
Well, we have one particular mayor who has requested participation.
then if
So
that
puts
might
us
be
in an unusual.
that might be an
situation.
individual,
Well-
you know, it just,
I think, just going back to what we've, not to say we
Right.
can do whatever we want.
Yeah.
But for the 5, I think it would probably be helpful we identify the 5 that we have consensus among being on the committee. Previously, I think it's always kind of been FESPA with the support personnel and the teachers.
And
then-
typically, just to interject, you guys might not pick the person from VESPA, you tell
Correct.
VESPA and VESPA sends
Yeah.
who they
They
select.
send somebody,
Right,
right.
exactly.
It's just that they're represented.
Correct.
Right.
The support organizations that are through us, the Ed Foundation and the Auditorium Governing Board. And then the EPAC
Right.
as the special needs community representative.
And then each board member gets to appoint
So
whoever
that's
they
the
choose,
fi-
and.
and that's the 5.
That's 5,
That's
yes.
the
Okay.
5.
Yeah.
So that's just a standalone committee represent.
No,
No,
they're
joint.
They're part of that group.
they're part of the
Okay.
20.
They won't be
Okay.
they won't be anyone at the tables
Right.
3.
We'll have
Make
our
up
own
50.
picks.
Correct,
and then-
correct.
okay,
That
gotcha.
is
So that's
fine.
EPAC,
Yeah,
Yeah.
EPAC.
But let's wait,
Okay.
that's who she's
Yeah,
saying,
that's
that's
who
not
we've
necessarily
done
who we've agreed
in
on.
the past
Right.
as a
Yes.
standard core, if you will, 5. That won't count for any of us having to
No, I
recommend.
think
You're
that's a
3.
good choice.
I think I asked about this in the past, but like any administration or principals.
You
No,
know, this
they
is
work
what
for-
I know you had just mentioned, but that can be awkward.
I can't remember what you said. the
Yeah,
last
it's,
time.
we've never had an administrator on before, I don't believe we've had.
Or employees.
Or employees,
Other
other
than
than the representatives
unions.
from support and the teachers
Teachers.
Right.
union.
Right.
Only because whoever it is that gets selected, that you could put an employee in an awkward situation.
Is that typical?
In some
or-
districts we have it, some districts we don't. There are times when some districts are more sensitive to that than others, and so some intentionally, don't have employees, and others intentionally do and invite them. I mean, we had a judge one time, we've had a sheriff one time. Just depends on what the community priorities are and what the board.
It really is the flavor of your community.
And I mean, if you guys wanna do that as, if you wanna have a
If there's a
conversation and do
consensus.
that, there's a consensus for it, then, yeah.
Dr. Conklin, the one that concerns me, and I think it is and I know we're not debating this tonight, so I apologize. But while I think EPAC is amazing, like duh, right? My mind goes to, well, now we're talking about a subset of students. What about this subset of students? What about this subset of students,
Yes.
right? And so, I would hope that one of us would invite, right? But for us as a board to say you're one of the core
Yeah,
5,
that's
that's
fair.
the only one that concerns me.
No, I think that's totally fair. I think it was after Jacob left, maybe before Jim came, wasn't there, for some reason, the visual is a wheel, I don't know if that's right or not, but it was basically external stakeholders, and it was so that, we used it as guidance, that when you were picking your 3, when we all came back to the table, we were able to kind of plug these folks into the various spokes on the wheel, and they represented some external audience, right? So we had somebody from social or civic groups, we had somebody from the faith-based community, we had somebody from law enforcement, we had somebody from parents, we had somebody from the African-American community, we had somebody from the special needs community. So it was kind of these external.
It was very intentionally,
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, do you remember that?
you guys talked about,
We
let's-
wanted the stakeholders of a community, so it was a generic kind of diagram, I believe. But it was, I don't remember why I'm thinking of a wheel, but but I remember something where we had great discussion on when we were plugging our names in, were we sure that all the members of the community were
And see, to me, that we
represented?
can't accomplish, so, just something for us to think about before that meeting, do we think about a model, something like each of us gets one person, but we come together as a board to say, are we making sure all of our different stakeholders have a seat at the table? It just.
Do you wanna share that?
Yeah, this is, I pulled from 20, and this was the list of the group, and it basically says, you know, business, the foundation, teacher, business parent, county attorney, ESE, parent foster group. So you really kind of listed.
I remember we had a discussion.
What their connection was, what part of the community stakeholder group are they? And then we had, of course, the master sheet, which had, again, the names, their email addresses, their phone numbers, which I think we developed this after we identified the list.
We did, after we
Yeah.
confirmed that they were available and able to do it.
Yeah.
So I really think the board is kind of saying, you know, we might have 5 from the core groups, and then when we meet again, we could kind of say, okay, this person is my business parent leader, this is my, you know, do you want a student? I think we had a student on it
We've
last
had
time.
some students on it.
They're great on team.
They are.
Always welcome their perspective.
Yeah, it was just a good guidepost for us when we came back together with our names to, you know, help us make sure we weren't leaving out a stakeholder in the community.
And you might want to bring a couple of extra names too.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah,
And then we can work together.
I think we did, right? Yeah, I think we came with maybe 4,
And I
but
think you
with the
said to the
intention of
people,
3.
we're trying to populate this group, I need people who can be available these days. When I sit with the board, we're gonna come up with the final
Yeah.
thing, and if there are too many business people, you may not get called, but are
Right.
you available in case, I think
Right.
is how you structured the conversation with people.
Because some people didn't get on the committee, that's right. Yeah.
That's my memory as well. Anything else on the timeline? That conversation will happen at the next meeting.
Right,
Yeah.
right, and we'll need to finalize that group
Okay.
at that meeting.
And how do we advertise the committee meeting nights, the 2 of them? These are for the public to come also?
If they'd like to come.
If they'd
it's
like
all
to.
public, but
Yeah.
right. And we have open for public comment on the agenda of all those
Yeah.
sessions too.
I was I spoke to somebody who was familiar with the process the last time, and they said that there wasn't a lot of public participation at that.
No.
But is it actually advertised, or is it just posted on our general meeting?
No, I think they're I'm
They're-
sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, they must be advertised, because as soon as the board
Sunshine.
takes formal action to appoint this group, then they're immediately covered under sunshine, and really the sunshine record requirements, posting notices, they're the same as a board meeting.
So it's important for them to know that they can't discuss,
They can.
right?
Right,
Themselves.
right.
Yeah, 2 people on this committee cannot, they have the same sunshine requirements, any member of the committee, so all 20 of them are under sunshine in the way that you 5 are.
Right.
So if the public comes, is there an opportunity for them to interact with the candidate, or are they
Not-
just there to observe?
First off, it's not about candidates.
Okay. It's about applications.
Correct.
Sorry,
Right.
excuse me.
No, I just want to be clear.
Yeah, right,
Right.
applications, right.
So it really is not any kind of discussion between the public and the committee, but there is a section for public input. So the member of the public may come up and say, I fully support applicant number
Yeah, I was gonna say,
3517.
I remember that.
They can give their input, but as the committee works forward, a member of the public cannot stand up and say, no, we don't like applicant 37, y'all are talking about him. You know, it's really like a board meeting. There's public input, and then we move on with the business of the committee.
And I think you keep the reference to the number on the application,
Yes.
not the individual.
Yeah, I mean, the
which-
name, it's both, it has both, but we try to couch the conversation in applicant number 1, applicant number 2, applicant number 3, but you always know that applicant number 1 is Will Furry and applicant number 2 is Christy Chung. Because the less people are invested in a single candidate, the more broadly they think about an applicant pool. And we don't want people to be all in on Sally Hunt and not consider other options. Because we, as we're navigating through the process, our goal, and I think I mentioned this last time to you, we want to keep the pool as broad as we can, as long as we can. Because there are other jobs out there. They're, you know, searching, they're investigating you as much as you're investigating them. And if you get all in on one person and exclude everyone else, and then that person takes another job somewhere else or drops out of the search, or things happen in every search that we do where not every candidate who applies ends up, for whatever reason, staying in. And then you're like, oh, if you go all in and say, this is my candidate, and then that person withdraws, now you have other people to consider, and all those people who may be great, you just didn't even really maybe open your mind to them, now feel like you're treating them as second fiddle. And so we try to neutralize that and keep people's minds open as long as they can on as many possibilities, which is why the conversation with the community group is, who should the board continue to consider? It's not who are our top 3 candidates, who are our top 5. Because once you start prioritizing, then it confuses the conversation. It adds other dynamics that we don't want in that room with that committee, and we don't want in this room with this group.
Gotcha. We also asked the board to be real careful about any comments that you might make about potential candidates or where they might be from or anything, because as we said, all potential candidates are watching this meeting, and if they get the impression that, you know, the board is leaning towards someone, or they're, you know, they're going this way or that way, we've had situations where people have actually withdrawn. I've called them, I said, why did you withdraw? They said, well, we
I heard what board member so-and-so said.
So-and-so and said, I said, well, that's not what's gonna happen. But they said, no, you know, I don't want to go through this whole process. So what we say, if there's somebody that you'd like to be considered, just have them call us, or you call us, and we'll contact them. Be very careful about any comments that are made about that. So.
Yeah, it's sometimes really strong and top candidates will withdraw because a board member says a comment at a meeting, but the person feels like, I don't want to accuse you of anything, I'll accuse one of them. I know. So let's say Colleen says something at a meeting that makes it sound like she's only willing to consider a Floridian, right? And then anybody, a strong candidate from another state, says, well, I heard Colleen pretty clearly, and I know she's been on the board for a long time. She's not willing to consider anyone out of Florida, so why do I want to put my professional reputation at risk? And so really being very thoughtful about.
Okay, where's the camera? We
want
awesome. We're looking for awesome.
We haven't said that's right. Looking for awesome.
So now anybody who's not awesome is not applying.
Right.
So
hey, well, listen.
Good. Okay.
All right. Anything else, John?
Nope, I think we're good on those.
Hey, I've got just something so stupid, but at a previous meeting you talked about, Dr. Conklin, I don't know if it was you, when we have the finalists come in, it was like, there was like a soiree, like a community. That is something, like, I would love for that to be lovely, if that's possible, like, at European Village, or, like, who could we, because that takes some lead time, who would that be, could we ask Teresa at the Ed Foundation, or would that be someone from the district? I just wanted to, because that takes some lead time, I just wanted to ask my fellow board members.
I don't remember, Chrissy left the room, but I can't remember who did that last time, but we did
it
at Belterra.
No,
Buddy Taylor.
Buddy Billy.
Yeah,
Right.
Buddy Taylor, because it was big enough. And each candidate, finalist, basically got on stage, gave a little introduction, told a little bit about themselves, and it was packed.
It was packed, it was.
Community. People were there. Each candidate told a little bit about themselves, their background, their philosophy.
I think there was food and drink, if I recall.
We had light reception, you know, hors d'oeuvres.
Cookies, and it was just cookies and drinks.
Yeah, water, tea, or something.
Yeah.
So I just, again, whoever that would be, I just want to make sure if
Who
that's something
organized
that's
that,
a part of
Probably
it.
Sabrina.
Sabrina and me.
I figured that, that's what I
Sabrina
thought,
and I did it.
Sabrina again.
Yeah, I was thinking about that, Sabrina.
So, yes. So, yeah.
So if
We'll definitely
somebody
plan that.
can identify who that person is, I think that is something that would be real powerful for this time as well.
Yeah,
Good.
we'll look for
Working into
someone to
this.
kind of work with.
Yeah, we'll get it
Good.
done.
But and typically what happens, you know, you're scheduled to have these 2 days of
30th.
on-site during the week of October 30th.
Yeah.
Usually a couple of days before that, I'll come sit with, whoever this person might be, and Chrissy to say, okay, do we have all the details worked out? Do we have welcome signs for the candidates when they come in for the 2 days out front? Do we have reserved parking for them? Do we have any kind of gift bags that we put together? So we've got our list of 15 or 20, 25 items that we like to check off. Okay, it's 2 days from D-Day and we're ready.
And didn't we also use our Ed Foundation board members to give each candidate?
They were the tour
tours,
guides, I want to
tours,
say.
yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So
It
each
really was.
candidate that was a finalist.
Yeah, we actually used, it was also, it could have been staff. We had one member of staff and then one member from the
Community,
community.
yep.
Right.
Who took the applicants that were not being interviewed on the tour.
Yeah, so while whoever was being interviewed was being,
They
then
were
the
touring,
others were
so-
kind of getting a nice tour of the county and the district.
And it's good to have a staff member, because a staff member can drive and, knows,
Sure.
okay, we need to avoid the parent pickup line
Right,
at
right.
this time, and, here's a back way to get into the school, it'd be a lot quicker, and then your community person is there to give community information, because these candidates are interviewing the
Wouldn't it be
district as well.
possible that, in hindsight, I don't think we did it this way, but would it be possible the day we do the reception to meet the finalists, right? That all of them get that tour, and then the following day after the meet the community, we get to do our one-on-one interviews?
That is what happened.
So we
That's
did.
what
Okay, cause did they do the tours when we were interviewing?
Yes.
Yes, and it's the same tour sites that we coordinate.
And the only reason I say that is I felt, I'm thinking some had a little bit more of an advantage if they had gone on their tour.
Oh.
Do you see what I'm saying? Like, so
Here's
somebody.
let me be clear about one thing.
Okay,
First off, I want to preface something. Sally was concerned about the planning that goes into that reception.
yeah,
John responded that 2 days before he comes to make sure all the plans are set, which means that he's done planning for several months in
Right.
advance.
Yes.
I want to
Yeah.
make sure you knew that, because when he said he comes 2 days before, that's just the final meeting.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that you guys are the full package.
oh, yeah, yeah.
So, thank you. I didn't realize that was I didn't realize all that you did.
Yeah, so he'll be
So
working
thank
with
you.
them.
Yeah.
So
Good.
back to Colleen. Here's the structure that we follow, and there's an intentional reason for many of the steps in this structure, so I want to make sure you understand what they
Yeah,
are.
yeah, yeah.
Applicants are interviewed based on, let's go back to something we just said a minute ago, application number, all right? So
Right.
the order in which people apply is the order in which they will. Once you determine who the semifinalists are and the finalists, whatever, when it comes to face-to-face interviews, the applicant with the lowest number who applied first is the first one of that morning. That person cannot have had the interview because they're the first or can't have had the tour because they're the first interview of the morning.
No, I know.
However, let me finish. The other applicants, let's say you have 3. The other 2, there's a risk and a great concern by many people that these other 2 are gonna watch because the one interview's live streamed, right? So what are they doing while this person's
gotcha,
being
gotcha,
interviewed?
gotcha, gotcha, okay.
That's when we do those tours.
Understood.
So then we intentionally occupy them. They're not watching, and believe me, at one of our most recent ones, there was all kinds of accusations flying that somebody was watching something on their phone in the car, and it was like, really, you guys? I mean, right?
We were there, we had,
Yeah, we had people all over, and no, that was not happening. But, so we intentionally occupy them and have it structured so that everyone's doing the exact same thing. No one can say that one was treated differently. They get the same tour, they get the same, amount of time for the interview, and no one can say that, we picked one person to do the first interview because it's the best position on some random reason. It's order of applications received. That's how it goes.
Real quick, Dr. Conklin, at a previous meeting, did you, was there like a look at Flagler School's graphic, something that you said we should maybe provide?
Yeah.
So to me, if we can provide
Something like that,
everybody
yeah, that's good.
with the same thing, then I think that's our best bet.
and we'll work with whoever to come up with a packet. A lot of the districts will always have a packet of information, And your suggestion, a couple of the districts went beyond. They didn't have it at a school. They had it at a different venue. So that might be something, what I'm hearing, if the board wants to go a little bit out of their way to have it, the event, we certainly can plan that ahead too. And even one board member kept the candidates over an extra day,
Oh my gosh.
and they provided tickets.
Sunset tour on the
Sunset tour on
boat,
a
somebody,
and
and
everything like
I
that.
was thinking like, you know.
tickets to a
dinner
botanical
next
garden,
door.
so they could see the
Right.
community. They wanted them to really know some of the assets in the community, and they got those things donated.
Right.
We're not out getting those kinds of things, but they did.
But whoever's gonna coordinate can do that, and I'm hearing that's what you all would like to
I'm
do.
hearing Sabrina needs to come on back.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Some boards wanted to go just basic, but other boards really wanted to go all out, and one of the boards that we recently worked with did go all out, and I'm hearing that's what you'd like to do.
Well, and when you brought up, you know, for logistics, parking, we're talking about presenting, obviously, what you've done in the past makes so much sense. From an experience perspective, the whole grape juice and dining, you know, so it's, and I think there's a way to maybe accomplish both.
Absolutely.
Where we make it a little fancier wherever the venue happens to
Absolutely.
be.
What if we did do the night before the interviews, a cocktail reception, beachside of some sort?
At next door.
Or something like that, where it's a smaller
Mhm.
venue.
That's good.
All of the candidates can be there with their significant family, and just an opportunity for whoever wants to.
We can accommodate that. I mean, we can accommodate things.
Yeah.
Because then you don't need to find parking for the community.
Just remember, if you do that, it's a public
It's-
event, and the public has to be invited, because all board, you're talking about all board members being there? Yeah, so it just, understand, it has to be advertised, it's public,
Yes.
all of that.
Right.
Okay, so we'll have to give some thought to
Yeah.
where, because that could be
That's
big.
problematic in speech.
Well, could.
And if you have that kind of reception, are you gonna say these people can participate in the reception, but?
No, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
European Village, actually, because it's open, might be
Yeah.
the best case scenario,
And there
because
is
it's
a-
so big.
The gazebo has a
Mhm,
stage and there's,
mhm.
That could accommodate the actual reception, the
it's got
regular
the
reception.
parking, we
Yeah.
could bus people over if we had to.
Right.
Anyway, just,
And then depending on which days of the week you have it, sometimes we have, they arrive on a Wednesday, they interview Thursday and Friday.
Right.
Or if you can do it during the week, or however, we can talk a little bit about that throughout later on.
Yeah, but I will say, and it's a good point, if you kind of have a kind of a fancy reception, then it is, any member of the can come and
Yep, yep.
expect to be treated like any other.
Yeah, sure.
well,
Any other person.
European
Could
Village
afford
is,
that.
is outdoors, right? So people could certainly come, and if we have some light stuff, they can eat that whether
Sure.
they're at Buddy Taylor or there. The only issue with the European Village is weather, you know, we'd be
Right.
relying on good weather. Anyway, I thank you for I just wanted to make sure we were starting to think about that, because it's a party, just
Yeah.
Great
Yeah,
discussion.
okay.
Good discussion.
All right, so Bill, do you wanna briefly
Yeah.
talk about the job description, and then we need to talk about the survey?
Yes, at the last meeting, we talked about updating the job description, so it would kind of open up the qualifications, and Mrs. Gavin, I believe there's a
Thank you.
copy of that. We worked together on that, looked at job descriptions from other school districts, and basically, we've made the qualifications a lot more flexible than they were, and that opens up for individuals that may not necessarily have educational experience. in
I'm sorry,
school
which is the
system.
old and which is the new?
Old one is the one I just handed you.
Okay.
The old one is the
The
one
new
that says
says
Florida
chief executive
certification and school
officer
admin.
Right.
in the box.
Got it.
Yes.
And so basically, we're not asking for anything except for you to review it.
Oh, they both do, sorry.
All right, we're asking just review it, and at some future time, Mrs.
The next
Gavin will
meeting,
bring that
right.
before the board for approval. But that's all we're doing, is we just want to let you know we did update it,
Okay,
like we
so we need to
said.
review it
Yeah.
for future.
Yeah,
vote.
just
Board
for
Yeah,
future
got
board
it.
action. We don't have to be here for
Right,
that.
I got you.
But Mrs. Gavin will put it on your next agenda.
Yep, got it.
Okay, great.
Yeah, she's got, so if you have some changes that you wanna recommend to her before she gets it on the agenda, that's what we're asking
Right.
you to review and get your feedback to Ms. Gavin.
The main thing is we did focus it on that the qualifications, the responsibilities are linked to what's required in Florida statutes.
If
Okay.
I can just ask the process real quick, what would that look like if one, because there's 5 board members who are all equally elected. What is the process for, I want to see a change on?
I'm gonna let her answer that, because
Okay.
she's got the process.
Because what I wouldn't want to happen is I come to you and say, I want this change, and it goes in. So is it gonna be, we make
Okay.
suggested edits and then we all vote on it?
Sure. So here's what we've done in the past, and this goes towards when you all ask for changes to board policy. When I propose a board policy, it's going to be the bare minimum of what has to be done in order to meet the qualifications of statutes or legislative changes or whatever. With that said, so all of that will be in red. If a board member would like to have something changed, that will be in a different color and it'll reference who that board member was that wanted it, so that it can be considered. It's not gonna be disregarded, and then you all decide whether you want that added or not added as a group when you're making that decision. So that's how it will be. So what you have is the one that says 01 on it, that is the new one. I am going to take the old policy, I'll do strike-throughs on that so that you can see what used to be there. And then the change will be what's in red. Anything that's different from red, if you all have some other additional ideas of what you would like on there, please let me know.
Don't we need to know, have we identified salary yet?
We'll talk,
Salaries.
no, and that necessarily,
Not
that shouldn't, doesn't
Not
have to be in
today.
there, but we'll talk about salary before we leave here.
I think
Okay.
it's at the next meeting.
Yeah, yeah. But we're gonna have to identify the next meeting, that's why at some time we'll talk about it.
All right, great.
So
Did you get your question answered?
Which one, Andrea? I don't know.
The one about the change to
Yes.
the job
Change, yeah.
description? I
Right.
just wanna make sure.
That should be done before we come back, because that's really not part of our, we
Sure.
provide input.
Perfect.
That should, okay, great. Okay, back to you, Andrea, on the
Did
survey.
you need anything else? You good?
Yeah, no, I'm
Good,
good.
okay, good.
All right, so I want to talk to you about the survey that we are going to be issuing to your community so that we can get some feedback. And Cheryl, can you grab that? Thank you. So what I want to point out to you is a few things. First and foremost, on the second to last page, right above page 10, I will tell you, it says Manatee County School Board employee because I copied and pasted that question from Manatee, so that will be changed. I want to point that out right out front so you know I know it. What I will tell you is I have organized the survey based on your approved guiding beliefs, okay? And there was culture, when I pulled your guiding documents, culture, learning environment, working relationships, educators and staff, parents and community support, which is what you were talking about earlier, Colleen, yes. So what you have here are a number of bullets. Our goal is to only have 10 bullets
Oh, good.
in each of these categories.
So I was like,
And then the
yeah.
participants will choose 3 of the 10, and then we'll easily be able to assimilate and see what's most important to your community in these areas. So what I would like from each of you is to take a minute or two so that we can, I want to be able to walk out of here with some real strong next draft that we can get this issued. But if you could each one in each of the categories identify your top 5, and then we'll collate them. It shouldn't take us too long, and we'll get out of here with a survey before long. So if you'll identify 5 for each of the categories, that's what I need you to spend a few minutes on. What's most important to you? If you have 6 or 7, not the end of the world. We'll try to collate them.
I was thinking about the study Ford did on,
I'm sorry?
are you familiar with the study that Ford Motor Company did on, what do you think is, they did a survey on, to design their next automobile, and they came up with a dud, but then they asked, what do you think your neighbor would want in an automobile, and they came up with the Ford Mustang. Do you know this
Completely
story?
different, yeah.
So I'm just trying, I'm trying to think, like, I'm trying to think about my lens. So that's why I'm looking all kinds of perplexed over here. I know I'm not making any sense.
We're gonna end up with 10 statements that the community's then gonna prioritize.
In the survey.
Correct.
Ooh.
stapled, Sally? Would it be easier with unstapled?
I think so.
Okay, just curious.
I'm trying to be faster.
No, that's okay.
Let me go there. Okay. So now I circled one. I tried.
If it's not complete, that's fine.
Do you want anything down here, or was that just?
No, no, that's what the respondents will do.
There you go.
I'll come right over there and get it, just one second. Thank you, ma'am.
Oh, that, I thought it should go in the next category, so I
Okay,
put
okay.
that.
Some of them are written similarly,
Yeah, sorry about that.
intentionally. No, that's okay.
The big round circles are more the ones I'm leaning on.
Colleen?
Thank you.
Bill, can you toss that to Colleen? Sally, this is yours?
Yes, ma'am.
That, nope, the other. No.
Thanks, Patricia.
Check it out.
I'm pretty sure. But I'll double check.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
And I did in some cases.
So grateful to have your expertise.
We really enjoy, working.
You're the
We really
best.
enjoy the work, we really
It's
do.
awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you. This is
Thank
great.
The best, the best.
We all like to talk, so this would be
Oh.
like 20 days worth of work for us.
Well, this has been, I think, a very productive afternoon.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I
Really,
agree.
We've just gotten so
Got a
much
lot of
done.
content.
Gosh,
Really
we're gaining a
have.
lot, yes, we
Yeah.
are.
So you're gonna find us that perfect person?
Oh, we're gonna do our best.
Sally?
Thank you.
Oh.
All right, so here's what I'm gonna ask you to do. We're gonna walk through this together. We're gonna start with the section on culture. Typically, the way this would roll out is if we have more than 2 school board members, identify one that we'll look and see how many we have that fall into that category. Some of them had 4 school board members. I think there was one in here somewhere that had 5, but many of them had 3, several of them had 2. Yeah, right? It's kind of surprising sometimes. So, under culture, the first bullet promotes cutting-edge education reform. We have 2 board members that wanted that one. Drop down 2 bullets, prioritizes student and staff safety and security. We have 3 board members. Bottom of page 1 demonstrates experience in a variety of behavior and intervention strategies. We have 2. On the next page, second bullet, plans and implements continuous improvement. We have 2. Drop down to, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The 6th one down says motivates staff and students, improving morale and generating enthusiasm. We had 1, 2, 3, 4 board members there. We have 2 board members under analyzes and uses, dropping down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 from there. It says analyzes and uses data for decision making to develop, review, and improve actions, plans, processes, and systems. We have 2 board members there. Second from the bottom, thinks with innovation, creativity, and courage to engage others in seeking solutions to district challenges. We have 2. So that gives us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 that you all agree on in that category. Or not all agree on, but there is some agreement in that category. The other ones that we need to, and typically what I'll do is look for common themes, because some of them are written similarly but slightly different, so we'll try to find some common themes there. We've got, on the first page, analyzes and uses data to implement continuous organizational improvements. On the next page, the first bullet implements pathways to assist students in clear personal development. Third bullet, committed to all children. I'm trying to go with the main themes here. The next bullet down, leads district through a rapidly changing state federal landscape. The next one from that, innovates and encourages others to innovate. Drop down 2, takes ownership for all aspects of student and safety and security. Right from there, the very next one, recruits, selects, retains highly qualified, diverse employees. Next one down, develops career technical programs to meet the needs. Next one down, sets high, or 2 down, sets high expectations for all employees, including themselves. Drop down 2 more, evaluates and revises procedures and policies to improve efficiency. And then on the next page, thinking strategically and highly organized. Next one, identifies, makes effective school, creates systems and processes to ensure that schools have the supports. Next one, uses climate assessment results. And the next one, ensures school learning plans are progressing. All of those only had 1. So, my question to you is, did you hear any common themes that we can combine some? Does anybody feel strongly that with the ones that we did keep in, there are certain themes that we are missing? What we kept in, cutting edge initiatives and reforms are promoted, student safety and security, variety of behavior innovation strategies to help at-risk students succeed, continuous improvement in all academic areas, motivating staff and students, improving morale, generating enthusiasm, analyzing and using data for decision making to improve systems, and thinking with innovation, creativity, and courage. So what are we missing? Which ones do you want to advocate to keep in here? We need 2 more. Let me make sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 3 more.
There were some that, I know as I was working through it, it was like, well, if we have this, then we have this. You know, and so that was kind of a, because they're all great, right?
Right.
It's just like, what are the things that we would accomplish? So if we talk about like morale, like it's like a chicken and an egg thing. Like if our, you know, this is happening, is morale good, or is this only happening as long as there's morale?
This
So-
is the culture question, right? This is focusing
So
on.
you want a total of 10?
We want a total of 10 options. Yes, ma'am.
Did we cover something in there about being for all students?
I don't think any of the ones we kept in had for all students. Which bullet do you see that has something about that?
Committed to all children, visiting classrooms, student activities.
Where is it? What page?
On
The
page 2.
third one, second page, third.
It's after the plans and implements.
Yes, page 2, third one down. Committed to all children, visits classrooms, and participates in student activities. Thoughts on making sure we include
That was actually one of the
that?
qualities that you all selected last time to do the search. It's
Mhm.
pretty important.
No, I think
one.
it's fine.
It's pretty
I
important.
think it
one,
could
yeah.
be, it fits.
Yeah, it's a good
And
one.
we don't have
For
anything.
culture, everyone okay with us keeping that one in?
Yeah.
Sure. All right, we need 2 more.
Thanks, Ms. Charles.
Way to speak up, Christy.
Andrea, what were the ones on the first page, I'm sorry, that had consensus?
That had
Yeah.
agreement or not agreement?
Had agreement.
The first bullet promotes cutting-edge education reforms. Third bullet prioritizes student and staff safety and security. And the last bullet demonstrates experience in a variety of behavior and intervention strategies.
One of the ones I had circled on that one was the analyzes and uses data. Is that piece included in any of what has been selected so
I don't
far?
think so.
That's on the
There's
second
continuous
page, yeah.
improvement.
That's down on the second page there. Analyze
yes,
and
I'm
use
sorry.
data for decision making to develop, review, and.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
We
that
don't
is
need
already
that.
one
We've
of
got
the
that
10.
one.
Correct.
Yeah, we don't need that.
Mhm.
Cool.
Yep.
Do we have
Wait,
the
I don't
one-
think we had that, right?
No, we do.
have
If
We
you,
do.
if you go to page 2, counting up from the bottom, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th one up from the
Oh,
bottom.
yep, okay.
That one's got the analyzes
yep,
and
yep.
uses data.
Another one that I don't know if, the recruitment piece, was that put into any, and is that is that a subset of something that we don't wanna call that out specifically?
That's a
The
good
middle
one.
of 2, recruits, selects, and retains highly qualified and diverse employees.
That's a good one to talk about.
Because
that
if
one.
that's not included in one, I think that's one to
I
consider.
don't think it is.
Something along those lines.
Right,
Let's
so we
use that
grab
one.
that one.
Let's grab that
Take
one.
that one.
So now what, we
Do
only
we have
need
the
2 more?
one for technology, ensure
more.
appropriate technology use with students and staff for teaching and learning?
Which bullet is that?
That is, the 4th one from the bottom, on the second page.
Thinks creatively and innovates?
No, on
No.
the second page.
Oh, on the one above that, ensures appropriate technology. That one. Nobody actually even selected that
I
one.
think that's a good one though.
Well, considering
Definitely.
that we have a lot of technology policies coming
4, 5,
down.
6, 7.
Yes, we will be.
Yeah, so let's.
Including artificial intelligence.
That gives us 10, I can't.
All right, so hold on a minute. Let's confirm. Is everyone okay with us including recruits, selects, and retains highly qualified qualified and diverse employees?
Yes.
Yes.
Everyone's okay with that?
Yes.
Qualified, yeah. Okay, where are we at now?
We are
That
on
one's
page
still in
2, middle of the page.
Yeah.
Recruits, selects, and retains highly qualified and diverse employees.
Yes.
Okay, so I got that one, so now we're up to 9. We need one more. I had somebody advocating for technology. Colleen, you were gonna advocate for another one.
Same kind of thing, just because it was along the culture line, I was thinking of articulates a clear vision for the use of technology in the future. But, what was the other one with
The
technology?
one,
Same
it
one
just
up
says ensures appropriate technology use with students and staff for teaching and learning.
I like that verbiage because I think it works for a lot of different scenarios of what we need to accomplish.
So are you talking about the bottom one or the one 4 up?
4 up.
That's fine. I
You
don't-
guys
That's
okay?
fine. If that works.
All right, so that would give us 10 in that category.
Great.
All right, let's look at,
Appropriate would also mean effective.
Oh.
hold on, Colleen, what?
Sorry, I just thought of something. Because it is climate, I didn't pick this one, but I'm just looking at it now. Because it is climate, on the 3rd page, that 3rd bullet uses climate assessment results to identify needed areas for improvement and develop plans to address the needs. If we're talking about climate and culture.
Which one would you want to,
Ooh,
could we put the, recruits, selects, and retains highly qualified and diverse employees? Could we make sure that we put that under the staff side instead of the culture side and put this one in because of culture? Will that work?
As
Yeah,
long
that
as, I
makes
think,
sense.
yes, recruiting is in the mix. I think
Okay.
that as much as we talk about climate, and culture, I think that is a good one.
All right, so we will make sure that that gets in on the other side when we get to that area. Is everyone okay with that?
Yep.
Okay, let's move to learning environment, and we're gonna go bullet by bullet. I have, let me just first count and see how many we have that has some agreement. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we have
Oh,
8 that
nice.
have some agreement here. So we're gonna start at the top. First bullet, improve student performance, has 2. Second bullet, possesses the knowledge of educational issues and trends, has 2. Third bullet has 1. Fourth bullet, implements a variety of intervention strategies for at-risk students, has 2. The next bullet down has 3, implements non-traditional pathways. Next bullet, adopts and implements curriculum that meets or exceeds standards, only has 1. Next bullet, ensures school learning plans are progressing, has 1. The next bullet has 2, which is driving the mission to raise student achievement for all students. And the bottom one has 1. So on that page, I have 1, 2, 3, 4 that had some agreement. Excuse me, 5, you're correct.
5.
You're correct. On the next page, yeah, second bullet has 2, increases student performance either as a school or district leader. Second bullet, drop down 1, 2, 3 bullets. We have 1, which is emergency management plans. The bullet after that, leading a district strategic plan or portion thereof, has 2. Dropping down, coming up from the bottom, ensures early behavioral interventions, has 2. The bullet above it, leads and supports safe, healthy, inclusive learning and working environments, has 1. The one above that, delegates authority appropriately while maintaining accountability, has 1. And develops and ensures career technical programs to meet needs of local and regional employees, has 1. So we have several that have 1. We've identified 5, 6, 7, 8 that have 2. The themes that have 1 that we need to either combine or decide upon. Continuous improvement, organizational improvement, and this is learning environment is our category, let's remember that. Continuous improvement, organizational improvement, adopting curriculum to meet or exceed state standards, ensures the learning plans are progressing, monitoring, adjusted, and result in positive trends, providing oversight for programs to meet the needs of students with disabilities and other special needs students, ensuring emergency management plans are in place to support safety and crisis intervention preparedness and responses, developing career and technical education programs meeting the needs of local and regional employers, delegating authority appropriately while maintaining accountability, and leading and supporting safe, healthy, inclusive learning and working environments.
I would throw out there, just for consideration, the ESE one on the page
last one.
3.
The last one.
And then the CTE career development.
I agree.
To meet local and regional employees.
All right, let's do these one by one. On page 3 at the bottom, provides oversight for programs to meet the needs of students with disabilities. I know you guys had mentioned ESE is an issue, so that may be, is everyone okay including that one under the learning environment area?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. Then on the back, it was the one that has to do, it's the 4th one up from the bottom.
Yep.
Develops and ensures career and technical education programs to meet the needs of local and regional employers.
Yep.
Yep. Everyone okay?
Yep.
So this is one, that we just, who did we talk to and we asked how many are like graduates of the program, and it was like 3. So like we have these amazing CTE programs, but it's almost like, they're not they're not.
Not completers.
Well, or they're not like staying in Flagler County and doing that job, and so, I just wanted to throw that out there, that it's one thing to have the program that meets the needs, it's another thing for us as a community to benefit from it in a real way, and so not that necessarily needs to.
Is there a way we could word this differently to meet your concern?
Well, so I mean, if it was my preference, it would be, well, no, I guess, Andrea, to meet the needs would imply that they are then staying in the community, so.
Right, it
Local
doesn't
or
just
regional,
say to meet the requirements.
Right, or to offer the
what
program,
you're
it could be
saying.
to meet the needs, okay, no, I think that's
Okay.
good. I just wanted to ask, which bullet addresses the, cause I had on page 3, 3rd from the bottom, ensures school learning plans are progressing, monitored, adjusted, and result in positive trends. do we have one that is addressing SMART goals?
I'm not seeing that.
That at least is, I don't,
That's close to
that
it,
to
I
me
think.
is really important, cause we, we don't succeed when we don't have, clear goals and
What
monitor.
about this
and-
one, Sally? On page 4, in the middle, aids a district strategic plan or portion thereof with identified measurable results and a focus on student performance.
I just almost feel like that one is more squishy than the one on 3. The one on 3 just feels more deliberate.
So
Like,
how about swapping them out?
is that?
I would be fine with that, because they're both measuring learning gains and progress. So in other words, we would take the ensures school learning plans are progressing, monitored, adjusted, in place of,
Can I wordsmith to combine them both to make
Yeah.
sure that they include strategic plan and learning plan?
yeah, I was gonna say, the only thing
I
I don't
love
like
it.
is losing strategic plan.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I don't like to just, that our goal is the strategigic plan.
Andrea wrote it, that's good.
Okay, we got it.
Thank
Combine.
you.
Yes, but that, 1, 2, 3, 4,
Should be
5,
11.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yes, and we would combine those
Yeah,
two.
to-
Does that work for you?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go to working relationships. 6, 8. We have 11 here, so we're gonna have to get rid of one or combine 2. All right, we are on page 5. Second bullet down. Demonstrates good listening skills, gathers information to make thoughtful, timely decisions, has 2. Next bullet, holds self and others accountable, has 2. Next bullet, sets high expectations for self and the organization, has 3. Drop down about 5. Demonstrates high ethical standards, serves as a role model for students, staff, and the community, has 2. Drop down 2 bullets, builds trust and respects, serves as a role model. That one we might be able to combine with the one above it, has 2. Hold on a second, those might be the combined ones. Drop down about 5, promotes a vision of learning that fosters a positive climate, has 2. Drop down 3, makes tough decisions that may not always be possible, has 3.
Popular.
I'm sorry, what did I say, possible?
Yeah, just in case anybody's listening.
Yes,
I just
thank you.
wanted them to-
Drop down 2, models high standards of integrity, has 2. Next page, leads with humility, caring, and servant leader attitude, has 2. And then the last 2 bullets, leads a district strategic plan or portion thereof with identified measurable goals, has 2. And inspires and builds trust and respect, has 2. Models high standards. So we do have several that have modeling high standards that we can combine 2 of them for here. So let's go through the ones that we have. Good listening skills, gathers information, holds self and others accountable, sets high expectations for self and the organization, high ethical standards, serves as a role model, builds trust and respect, which is not the same as high ethical standards, so it's a little different. Trust and respect.
You could combine those 2, don't you think, though?
I do, but trust and respect's not this, I mean, it's not exactly the same, but yes, there are some others I think we might be able to combine too. Promoting a vision of learning that fosters a positive climate, makes tough decisions that may not always be popular, models high standards of integrity is the one I think is a better combination there. Leads with humility, caring, servant leader attitude, leads a district strategic plan with measurable goals, and then we have builds and inspires trust and respect, models high standards of integrity and ethics. That one actually combines in it the other 2.
Andrea, is it, I don't know if this is one that you guys already talked about combining, but the 4th bullet, sets high expectations for self and organization, means nothing to me without the bullet before it. I don't care about your expectations if you're not holding people accountable to those expectations. So I would want us to think about combining bullets 3 and 4. Sets high expectations for self and the organization and holds self and others accountable to those expectations.
Yeah, I'm just parsing it out in my head, because if we're asking people to prioritize what's important to them, and that's really what this is, it's asking your community, is holding them accountable important, or is, yeah, because if you have expectations and you don't hold them
To me,
accountable, it
they-
doesn't
to me,
matter, I
they
see what
go
you're saying.
together.
Yeah. All right, so are you guys okay with me combining those two?
Yes.
Fine.
All right, so
I
these
agree.
two will be combined. But then we still have several that talk about trust and respect that I can combine at least two of those, I'm confident. Is there another one that somebody would want to advocate for that we missed?
I think it's really important for us to consider the non-discrimination
Where is that?
piece. The sixth bullet down,
Which page though?
5.
Models and force of discrimination.
This is working relationships.
It's written, it's on page 5.
Number
fourth one
5.
down. Fourth one down.
Page 5, about 6
Models.
bullets down.
Yeah, models
6
and
down.
courses.
Oh, okay.
Non-discrimination, state and federal regulations.
I think specifically for Flagler County, if I'm understanding it correctly, I think that that is one that is important.
Seeing it's so funny, because in my mind, I'm like, God, that's a given.
Right, that's
isn't
what
it?
I was
That's what
thinking.
you, that's what you should do
I mean,
all the time.
I mean, that's pretty much.
That's the
law.
floor, not the ceiling.
Baseline,
Yeah, yeah.
We have some cases that would suggest, right? I just think it's important for us to, even if it's just, I think it's important for it to be on there.
I think the community would like it on there.
I think it's
also.
important for it to be on there.
Well, I'm not opposed to it.
So
All right.
there's-
I mean, that's fine.
So are you guys okay? I'll put that in there, and then I'll combine a few of those trust and respect ones that kind of are saying the same thing. If you're okay with that, okay?
Do we
Colleen?
want anything that speaks to, maybe it's in a different area, that speaks to publicly speaking or
Yeah, there's one.
engaging or?
Is that the community one?
There is one, there's one.
Okay.
Yes, yeah,
I remember
we
seeing
do
that.
have that. All right, so now we're gonna move to educators and staff.
Okay.
Educators and staff, page 6. Let me count first. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, there's 12 here. Okay.
Good.
So, page 6, first bullet has 2, which is supporting staff and advancing student support services, professional development opportunities. Next bullet down has 3, maintains effective relationships with employee groups, representatives, and unions. Second bullet up from the bottom, knows Florida education requirements, including standards, has 2. Last one, understands daily challenges of being a teacher and implements strategies to reduce turnover, has 3. Page 7, first bullet, gets unmotivated or underperforming staff to improve, has 2. Next bullet down has 3, which is advocates, nurtures, sustains a school culture and instructional program conducive to student learning, staff, professional development growth. Drop down about 5, promotes employees' physical and emotional well-being, has 2. Next bullet after that, creates a positive work environment that results in retention of employees, has 2. Drop down 3, creates opportunities for advancement, motivates others to assume leadership roles, has 3. Drop to the third bullet from the bottom, ensures district-wide professional development program aligned with strategic plan and instructional goals, has 2. On page 8, third bullet down, increases student achievement and can describe the role leaders must play in that process, has 3. Drop down to the second bullet from the bottom, which is views the school board as a partner in meeting the goals of the district, strives to develop positive, strong working relationships centered on two-way communication, has 2. Giving us that category 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So we need to combine 2 if we can.
I just have a quick question for you guys on this. If we put into a survey, understands what it's like to be a teacher, or, are we sending that message that you will only be considered? Like, I know this is about community, like we want to get community input. But is there any risk in putting something like that out there as a candidate would say, oh, I would probably not be considered if I've not been a teacher?
No, I think it's interesting because it could end up being the least of the prioritized items, which would make it clear that somebody who's a non-teacher is welcome. That's not important. I think it can go both ways, but I think you can gauge the importance in your community on whether that is a high priority or not. I think if you leave it out, you don't know, and you're speculating.
When we put down the qualifications or the preferred qualifications, depending on the survey results, that might be a preferred qualification, depending on how the survey is and how the board feels. But not a required one.
So we need to combine two.
Could you combine
These are all
promotes
good ones.
employees' physical and emotional well-being with positive work environment that results in retention?
Yeah, we could say promotes employees' physical and emotional well-being and creates a positive work environment, blah,
Right.
blah, blah. Is that okay? Yeah. That was actually one I was looking at, too. And then we need one more set to combine. Let me just throw out there, because I feel compelled, the one about viewing the school board as a partner, I think it's important. I think you'll find out if the community sees the relationship as a problem by putting this in there. But I also wonder if that's inside baseball for some.
Explain.
Inside baseball, like, the
they
community
really
doesn't
understand?
necessarily know how that relationship works, so
It's not relevant to the comparison.
maybe.
Good one.
In which case, we could eliminate it, only since we're looking to eliminate one. If we weren't looking to eliminate one, I wouldn't say that.
I
but-
honestly don't know, because I think the community definitely wants a cohesive leadership team.
Yeah.
And I would think they would view the superintendent and the school board as that team.
Mhm.
Is this one that doesn't need to be on the survey because this board is not gonna want to pick somebody who we don't think will do? I mean, is this just?
I think it kind of goes to what you were saying before, that you want a superintendent that you are an active part of this group, right? That a superintendent who acknowledges and recognizes that school board members are a valuable member of the team.
I
We
will.
need the community to weigh in on that. You know, like, I'm saying, like, I think if we were to take a vote amongst us, we would all vote yay
Yes,
on
right,
that. But
right.
do we really need to hear from the community? If we have to take one out, is that one that, like?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, and
Right.
yes, and so that is one I would almost agree, if we have to take one out, to say,
I worry, does that, because it's not in the survey.
like, does it need to be
does
there
it-
to be in there?
Right,
Yeah.
like if we
I-
take it out of the survey, is that also, if there's no statement referring to the partnership between the superintendent and the school board, does that send a message to the candidate that it's really not of value, we could care less about it?
No, we wouldn't send a message to the candidate on that.
No.
Not after the conversation we had earlier today. And no.
Okay.
I think that's very clear.
Okay.
I'm okay with eliminating that one.
Eliminate that one, you're okay? You okay with eliminating calling?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
I think we
mean,
can.
I just don't, but you're right, whoever is gonna apply is gonna watch this meeting. If they were smart, they would watch this meeting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The only one that sorry, cause I know we had to like eliminate some, but the only one that I'm concerned that isn't on the list, and I just would wanna make sure it's on the survey somewhere. We've talked a lot about, operational efficiency, as a board, we've talked a lot about a need for improved, policy, or, or standard operating procedures.
I thought we
So-
had that under culture. I thought there was,
Cool, just the fifth one down isn't in the mix here, and I just wanna make sure that that language is somewhere in the mix in the survey. evaluates and reorganizes staff, revises procedures, and implements policy changes to improve efficiency.
Let me find the one that we had similar, let me come back to that. Can you put a star on that? I wanna
Yes.
come back to it because I don't wanna miss it.
We had a lot of conversation.
Yes, and I
around
wanna make
this.
sure that we include that in, there's another bullet that I remember we already have that
Culture
I think
might
we
be
can
under
put it in. It's
culture.
something in culture, correct.
Okay.
All right, so let's move to section 8, parents and community support. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We have 8 that have agreement, so we'll need to add 2, and we have a few that have 1. So, first bullet, works with community partnerships. I'm on page 8. To support programs, has 1, 2, 3. Second bullet, collaborates with families and professionals to address the well-being of students, has 3. Drop down to the second bullet from the bottom, listens to all stakeholders with an open mind, is approachable and personable, has 3. Next page, second bullet, advocates for the district by building successful relationships with all stakeholder groups, has 3. Drop to the middle of the page, develops and maintains relationships with business and community partners, has 2. 2 bullets down from that, understands, interprets, and explains data successfully to all stakeholders, has 2. On the back, top bullet, works with community partners to develop and put into action programs, initiatives, systems to address safety, anti-violence, and character building, has 3. Drop down about 2/3 of the way, works with governmental, educational, and business leaders to enhance educational opportunities and economic development, has 3. Colleen, you mentioned something that is in this section but did not land in where there was agreement, and that has to do with speaking skills, engaging the public, and support groups.
Yeah.
On page 8, if you come up from the bottom, the 3rd from the bottom and the 4th from the bottom, I think we could combine those 2 to get something about speaking skills, if you guys are okay with that.
That would be good. Let's go on.
And that would give us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So the other ones that are left hanging out in this category is the bottom of page 8, understands legislative process. Page 9, 3rd and 4th bullets, adopts curriculum that includes community expectations, is visible and engaged and embedded in the community.
I really like the is visible and engaged.
Yep, that's a good one.
You guys okay with that?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, that was Christie's. And then that gives us 10 in that category.
Okay.
Now, Sally, I want to go back to the one that you were asking me to look at and include in something else. Can you remind me which bullet you were speaking from to make sure we included it?
It is page 7, bullet 5.
Yep.
Evaluates and organizes staff. Okay, so I want to go back to,
Staff, procedures,
Right.
policy around the purpose of efficiency. Or the,
okay, so what if we, on page 2, the second bullet down, says plans and implements continuous improvement and organizational improvement in all academic areas, and I kind of combine that with this to talk about including reorganizing staff, revising policies, so that those 2 go together. Would that work for you?
so I love the 5th bullet. So wherever section, I love that we are evaluating, I love that we're looking at staff, I love that we're looking at procedure, policy, and I love that the word efficiency is in there. Like that one for me is just like, based on the conversations that we even had this morning, I just think that is,
All right, so I found a better one that I want to put it with, but I hear the key phrases that you're looking for. So if we're on page 2 and you go up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 from the bottom, analyzes and uses data for decision making to develop, review, and improve actions, plans, processes, and systems. Seems like I can put analyzes and uses data for decision making to evaluate, reorganize. I can put some of your key phrases into that one better.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Good.
Will that work for everyone?
I like it.
Good.
That'll work.
Good job.
I will say the only one that I'm kind of bummed didn't make the list from this last one is, leads in, so it doesn't matter, but leads in both education and the wider community. I really love that one because I really would hope we have someone who is not just being visible, not, you know, but is literally, I can look at that person and they are a clear leader in Flagler County. So.
Could we add that to the bullet on page 9, second one from the top, when it talks about advocating for the district by building successful relationships with all stakeholder groups? We could say leads in the education and wider community by advocating da-da-da-da.
Yeah, yeah.
Can I do that?
Yeah, that's awesome.
Where is the one about the advocating that you're talking, or the one that you're talking about?
Page 9.
Let me see your learning environment section.
Which one though?
It is 2.
Oh, I see it, I see it.
Is it 7 up from the bottom?
Learning environment.
Got it.
That is correct.
You guys okay with that?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so what I'm gonna do is pull all this together. I will send a draft of this to Christy tomorrow. You guys can review it. If you have any questions, if you think I've misrepresented anything, if you could, tomorrow's Wednesday, if you could get it to me by Friday, because I wanna get a final copy to John by late Friday, because we wanna have this launching on July the 28th. So we wanna make sure this is ready to go out for your community. Okay, and I appreciate your, I know it's a little bit of work, but I'd rather you guys.
That was
No, it's
good.
fine.
Yeah,
Good.
It's good.
Look nice.
Do we need to bring Jason in at all of, I mean, I would think as a school board, we want to communicate this survey out, so do we
Oh,
have
yeah.
a communication plan? Is that,
Yeah.
do you guys do that
That's
too?
coming out,
Yeah,
yeah.
we'll
Oh,
work
We'll
with
work
Jason
with
on
you.
it.
We'll
We'll
work
That's
with
what we're
you.
paying
Jason
for,
on it.
man.
And
Full
it'll,
survey.
and
Yeah.
this will also be a part of, remember, we have that superintendent portal, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
And ideally, and one of the things you guys talked about before, you may recall, is not cutting it off, using the first round of input for some of the guiding conversations, but keeping it open through back to school so that additional feedback could continue. So back to school, I would think that principals and others would kind of alert people and put that in their back to school newsletters or whatever it is that they do, however they do that. But yeah, John will work with your team to kind of get that information.
Is this gonna be an online thing?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. And so we'll have just a data report that we'll get to you.
Andrea, does COSBA have a hiring or a job board or something on their website where
No,
they
what we
announce?
do, no, people don't look, people look to the state associations. So when we, FSBA is working with a district, I personally, we have a group called NAS, which is the National Association of Superintendent Searchers. So we have a coordinated national network. And so I get it to my colleague in Nebraska and Ohio and Idaho, and
And then they send
and
it
they
out.
post it on theirs because people know to look on their board for openings in their state and others.
That's good.
And we also send it to the state superintendent and administrative association.
Right.
That might be something COSBA wants to link
Yeah.
to the pages.
Yeah,
If
yeah.
you're somebody looking.
As they're developing out there.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that's a good idea. No, just not yet. All right, gentlemen, what else is on the table?
Just to mention, you have a copy of the leadership qualities that the board utilized the last time. I don't want to spend a lot of time on this today, but take a look at it. And what we'll do is as soon as we get the first round of the survey results back, we'll look at those to see if some of these are included. And I already looked at this based on what we talked about today, and there are probably some changes that need to be made. So take a look at it, and what we do with this, we would post it online. And a lot of the applicants will look at this, and then they'll focus their resume and their cover letter based on the board priorities of what qualities the board's interested in.
Is what's on there essentially what's in
The
here?
results.
Okay, not really. I looked at what you provided.
Yeah, and this was just a resource.
Right.
I thought it had some good stuff on it.
Right, and Ms. Hunt gave us a list of the competencies for administrators in the state of Minnesota.
It's from 2008, but it's got some good stuff.
And it looks really good. When I looked at it briefly, I thought that would be, especially the headings on that, would be excellent when you look at the superintendent's evaluation. because this would take quite a longer process to go through. But I thought that was really good information for the board to look at, and I'm not sure what evaluation you're using, but you might want to look at some of those categories to match up with that and look at it.
And let me contextualize the competencies
Yeah.
Right.
for you guys so that you know kind of what you're looking at. Most states don't have elected superintendents. Florida is one of only 2 states that have elected superintendents, which contextualizes Florida's situation with superintendent evaluations and requirements. Because we have elected superintendents, there's no statewide evaluation system that's universally approved or required, nor are there statewide requirements that are universally required or followed. Most states, however, have all appointed superintendents. And so Minnesota being one of those states, and if you were to Google around, you'd find them all, or most of them. Most states have very specific certification requirements. You have to have this, this, and this before you can even be considered to be a superintendent, okay? And their state has, based on these are the certifications, these are the competencies. And if these are the competencies that require these certifications, this is the statewide assessment tool that boards will use for their superintendents. So most states, all superintendents have the same assessment tool based on the same competencies that that state has developed, okay? Just like think about your teacher evaluation instrument, even though yours are slightly different, there are certain specific competencies, and the same with administrators, there's the competency thing. Most states have that for superintendents, Florida does not. So we don't have anything like that, and you could find multiple versions of this. But that doesn't mean they're good, bad, or indifferent. I just want you to know, because the next question is, well, does Florida have this? No, we don't. Here's why.
No.
But we are getting, oh, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, I remember, I think when I was chair with Jacob, I brought in a sample, and do you remember all those samples of superintendent evaluations from various states to look at? Some of them are very complex, and have all sorts of rubrics, and so you can, I mean, we took some bits and pieces, but really,
It's really good to help you
can
think
make your
about.
own, because Florida doesn't have a standard
Are we doing a
one.
one-on-one interview with each of the finalists?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes.
Legally, if this is stuff that's gonna potentially, I mean, we're, as board members, like the expectation is we are considering everything you are putting
Correct.
before
They're all bits
us.
of data.
All yummy, good bits of data. So my background would be in interviewing based on competencies.
Mhm.
Are we allowed to ask the questions we wanna ask, or do
Mhm.
they need to be?
Sure.
Okay, so I know for me, I would love to have competencies that we can come together on, that I would be able to ask, what is the interview strategy? It's called,
Oh, smart.
that you.
I give you the example of an experience I had.
I
Yeah,
can
yeah.
predict your
Yeah, yeah,
future
yeah.
performance based on your
Yeah.
past, I forget, there's a word.
Tell
for
me
it.
about a time when.
Tell me about a time when. So, this is just something that, like, I would love for finalists to be, I believe in people being able to be prepared for the questions. So this is just, I just wanted to throw that out to you guys, because this is something that I will possibly be looking at when I'm doing my interviews.
All right, thank you for sharing that, because I'll take a look
So-
at it, but I was just gonna, are you gonna
Yeah.
share kind of
I don't wanna jump
the
in,
process of
but-
the questions and
But
how
you
that
each
flows?
will select an area. In the past, what we have
Yeah.
done is each of you select an area. It might be finance, it might be academics, it might be, talent or competencies.
competencies.
It might be whatever those areas are, and then you will set forth what questions you wanna ask.
But that's the public interview, not the private.
Public interview.
Yeah.
Right.
I just want to be
Yeah.
clear.
Cause I wasn't
Private.
talking anything about the private one.
Private's anything.
Private, anything
Private.
goes.
But-
Anything goes.
But you
Well, not
might
anything.
wanna
Well,
consider
yes.
that those are
Yes.
going to be made up of what the public hears, so.
No, and these,
Yeah.
it could be public too.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm a
But I'm just
competency
saying,
girl.
you'll pick areas that you feel
Okay.
like you're best suited to make those
You know,
determinations on.
what might not be a bad idea is when we get to the point where we're picking our question banks, that we utilize the tool Sally's recommending. We all have an opportunity to review it, but, you know, really.
There's good stuff in there.
That's what I'm saying, a lot of those tools are really good.
If we're looking for a leader, leaders will respond to, they should know about leadership competencies.
Yeah, and all I'm saying is that, just because we did it that way doesn't mean we have to do it that way. So
Right.
whatever those questions are, doesn't mean we have to use those questions. We can look at those competencies or another states or whatever, it doesn't matter, to pull out some of those new
I would
questions
love
to
that.
utilize the tool.
Are
Could
there
you
more-
forward a copy of that to us, maybe,
Yeah.
so?
I have a copy.
Oh, you got a copy? Okay.
And literally, if
Yeah.
you Google MN superintendent competencies,
Right.
and that's, when we were doing the superintendent evaluation, I was looking for competencies.
Chrissy, you were gonna
Are
ask
there
something?
more examples like this?
There are plenty of, I could give
If
you
you
probably,
just do Google superintendent competencies,
Okay.
you'll get,
you'll get more than you ever,
right, could dream of.
I don't
Could
see
Christy-
this lining up with Florida, just, not everything on here, but, anyway.
And not be, you know, I didn't read the whole thing,
Yeah.
but it's pick and choose. Like when we get to the point where we identify those questions, it'll be picking and choosing.
Now, ideally, a board and a superintendent would sit down together, and the board would have certain competencies that they would evaluate the superintendent on, and the board would agree on what those competencies are for their board and their district and their superintendent. That would be a process. It would take a lot of time and effort, and the board would have to spend a lot of time on it, but that ideally, I mean, I can't
that's
imagine
what
a
we-
superintendent wouldn't want
that's what
that.
We talked about doing a second retreat, Superintendent Moore. Would we potentially be able to talk about this stuff at a second retreat? Because I just think this would be really powerful as we're looking at the superintendent, the new superintendent.
Do we need those questions identified? When do we need those
So
questions
when we,
identified?
here's how we work with the questions, and you will recall, I know you will recall, because we had a question bank at the time of about 125 questions, and we had provided them to your board.
That's right.
And then it actually ended up in your local blog,
Yes.
you may recall. So we try not to do that because we don't want all of our question bank out because it's proprietary
Yeah,
information, you know,
yes.
so we don't do it the
Forgot
same way we
about
did
that.
before because of that. That was a learning experience that we came across. So for the group board applicant public interview, we recommend that we divide it similarly to what Ms. Gavin said. So I would say, at the time we organized them based on superintendent competencies, okay? But we have since typically moved it to aligning with your strategic plan. So I would look at the categories in your strategic plan, and I would kind of organize questions accordingly, and each of you would take a different goal of the strategic plan, and then I would work with Will on his questions for that section of the
Okay,
strategic
so
plan. I would work with
it's more
Christy on her section of the
personalized
strategic
Flagler.
plan. Yes. Then, for your one-on-one, I would give each of you a copy of a full question bank, which you can choose or not. You may have other questions that you want to use. And our question bank now has about 200 and something, questions, because I continue to add to it. But now we really, our boards have told us, and we found pretty good success with aligning the questions in the interview specifically to your approved strategic plan.
So that might not
We used to
be-
do it by competency.
Yeah.
but we
that-
changed
That
it.
may not be a bad idea, but it's,
And either way is fine.
yeah, and we have time before we get to that final interview phase where we may want to look at the competencies because then we could tie it to an evaluation piece.
But it also, just Christie's comment now, and just so you know, I have not read through this all the way,
I was just
right?
reading it.
It was just like, and I just was kind of looking at the headers, but I think that as a board, there's a lot of work to be done. And I think all of us are in agreement that we want this new superintendent to be highly successful.
Mhm.
We have had some dysfunction. This board, and at least the previous board, and I don't know about
How many more?
how many
Yeah.
more. So the last thing I want is for you guys to help us get a rock star, and we don't have we're not aligned or whatever. So I just want to make sure as a board, we are doing what we need to do so that when they come on board, we have agreed on, you know what, maybe we don't agree on everything in here, what do we agree on, right? And we have a clear vision for them, we have a clear vision, and we're all like going together.
Demonstrates fiscal responsibility, and yeah, I mean,
Whatever.
that's, yeah.
If you get together, I would match those areas up with your evaluation, because when I just glanced at that, some of them are very similar to
Evaluation
the
topics.
evaluations. I'm not familiar with yours, but most of them are.
Yeah.
Many of them are, so that might help you there, and then you could look at the areas under that.
How are we evaluating this
Right.
person, and then that will inform us on,
That's
yeah,
right.
it's basically creating content to the assessment.
Correct.
Yeah.
So take a look at that possible.
And then
John,
we'll
go
look to
ahead.
identify or discuss the questions for the public interview on October 3rd.
Yeah, so that's
That's
October
part
3rd.
of our workshop on October 3rd.
Talk about the other key questions too.
Yeah, so-
There's other key questions that you'll have, and this is really important.
Once the Community Advisory Committee comes back and says, this is the pool of candidates we believe you ought to continue to consider. John, what would that number be, somewhere 7, 10, 12?
12, yep. It's
Something like that.
Up to them.
Depending on how many applicants you get and how many, by the way, they'll use what you decide, your advertising, and you say is important, and they'll say, these people have all the things that you said are important.
Are
We're not,
is the committee gonna use a rubric?
we'll talk about categorying of how that will work, but they don't use points of any kind, because then we end up with the rankings, and that ends up being a mess, and people game the system, and it ends up, that's not,
Yeah.
you don't need that. But when they come with this list, this pool of 7, 10, 12, however many it is, that the board ought to continue to consider, the board says, oh, great, you gave us a list of 9. You know what, we like these 9, but there's one more down there that we think you missed. We're gonna grab that one, we're gonna look at 10. Or you're gonna say, I see that you gave us 9, but we really only wanna look at 7. You know, the board decides, yes, I take everything the committee gave you, you add, or you amend, or you withdraw. Then you guys have what we would call a pool of semifinalists, okay? Those are your semifinalists. For the semifinalists, I work with each one of you to come up with one, I call it your deal breaker question. So you're gonna ask a question, we have the semifinalists respond either in writing or video, and we would decide, there are 5 of you, so typically we would have 3 written, 2 video, or 3 video, 2 written. The written ones are 500 words or less, which is actually very difficult for people. They tell us that's the hardest part of the whole process, is getting their answer in 500 words to this one, whatever question it is. They have a week to produce their answers. Then you'll receive all of those answers to those 5 questions. You'll get everyone's answers to all the questions, so will your public, because it'll all be public. That then will help you as you go, okay, we had 12, how do I get from 12 to the ones I want to bring in, to the ones I really want to see face to face? And sometimes answers to your deal breaker question, they just scratch the surface, or they, whatever it was, and you're like, that didn't do it for me. I'm ready to move from that person to this person to this person, and it helps to cull the group down. So there is an opportunity for one sort of deal breaker question that you want to start thinking about. Some people, and I tried really hard to work with you on the question. So one person gave me the question once that was something having to do with, how have you demonstrated support for the arts? Okay? And I said, that's not the question you want to ask, because you're giving the answer in the question, which is, clearly they want to show that you support for the arts, right? So can we reword this a little bit to say, how have you,
cut your budget.
Yeah, or no, it was more like, how do you, for extracurricular or beyond academics, what are the issues that are of importance to you, and how have you demonstrated support for it? So then if they include arts, it's their priority, but they may not include arts, and they might include some other things. But you don't want to give the answer in the question. You want it to be a little more open-ended than that. So I would work with people, and then let's say she asks a question about arts and you ask a question about arts. Well, lucky for Christy, she called first, right? When I said call me between Friday and Sunday, and she called me Friday night, and you didn't call till Sunday, I'm like, hey, arts question's already been asked, Colleen, you got to come up with another one, because she got it first. So we kind of work with each one of you to kind of get a single question that we can then shift out to the semifinalists.
Right.
Okay?
What's so nice about that is then it introduces the semifinalists to the community also. And so everybody sees that too, and that's really.
You'd be shocked at how many
helpful.
people watch those videos and those answers and read that and give you, we always have like a little feedback loop and.
Right,
Yeah.
feedback loop and all that.
Based on your expertise, something that I want to make sure we can avoid as much as possible is the job is not, we're not hiring an expert interviewer.
Correct.
And that happens in corporate America all the time. I am an amazing interviewer. I speak well, I say the right things, but, so, when you talk about written versus video, then I go to, oh my gosh, well, what if someone's really they're highly effective, but they're not the best writer? And writing's important to me, but, right? But then a video, then somebody is given that opportunity to be so polished and so, right? And wow everybody with how they come across. So do you guys, over the years, have any tips or tricks of how we can make sure we are not just getting an expert interviewer?
One of the things that we do is provide all of those options. And each one of them is, as you mentioned before, a data point. So somebody might be good on video, but not good in writing. Somebody might be good in writing and on video, but then when they do the meet and greet, they don't have the connection. Somebody may be good at the one-on-ones, but not the group interview. So we try to give you every single opportunity to see them.
So they will be writing and, so it's not either or.
Correct.
They will be definitely
Correct.
doing a writing sample, they will be doing a video.
Correct.
They will be doing, yeah, okay, that's great.
Correct, we
Well,
give all of them.
And Andrea can tell you some experiences. We've had someone freeze up on a interview video.
A live Facebook.
And
Mhm.
live Facebook and actually got
He
the
was
job.
mortified, yeah.
And we've had some people that are, you're exactly right, we've had different
We've had group
experiences.
interviews just recently. We had
Yeah,
somebody
we-
who didn't shine in the group
That
interviews,
got
but the
the-
one-on-ones knocked it out of the
He
park.
got the job.
And so it's just, it's the
I happen to interview
combination
horribly,
of,
so it's a personal,
Yeah,
yeah.
so.
that's why you get all the different
That's awesome.
scenarios.
That's
Because
Thank you.
if you do just do one or the other, then you don't see the full package. And really, you're looking for someone, there is no Superman or Superwoman, someone who does them all well. But there are people who can kind of hold their own among them and then,
Right.
Which is why it's so important for us to not comment on people specifically, because maybe they
Absolutely.
nailed this, but we've got to wait till we see
Right,
the whole,
right.
the whole
Absolutely.
package.
yeah.
Right.
And that's another reason why we use the resume numbers. Because I will personally tell you, when I was a school board member, we were interviewing for superintendent, and one of the applicants that came to us was a former teacher of the year from the state of Georgia. And you know, as a school board member, you're like, all right, we got the teacher of the year from the other state coming in, you're feeling really good about yourself, right? So he came in, it was not a good fit. I mean, as we talked to him about some of those, tell us about a time when, whatever, he would say, well, I did this, I mean my team. And he kind of kept correcting himself, oh, I mean my team. And it was just not a good fit. On paper, I thought we would have hired him
Yeah.
the next day. But in person, it just was not a good vibe. And so that's why we want you to keep your options open as long as you can, as wide as you can, because what's on paper, what you get in the questions and videos sometimes will surprise you based on what you saw on paper. You're like, oh my gosh, that's not what I was expecting. It'll be a shift and you have to go, now I think I like this. It just
Yeah.
really continues to shift. And then based on that, when they come face to face in the group interview, you're like, whoa, that person, I was expecting them to hit it out of the park and they didn't. That's kind of odd. Then the next day, the one-on-ones, you're like, wow, look at that. So it's a constant shifting, and it doesn't always match up with your expectations. That's why we really try to keep you from committing and locking in and prioritizing and ranking. None of that helps you get where you need to be.
And then I just have one other thing. The superintendent renewal, non-renewal was really bad for the community. Do you guys have any guidance? I don't know if it's inevitable that it's gonna come at us that this decision is political, because it came at us that decision was political. Do you guys have any guidance in this current climate of how we can, the behavior of school board members on this, anything we can do to avoid that piece of this process?
I would say transparency is number one, and honesty, right? So I mean, if you all are sitting here looking at us and you already know who you want to hire, and the community thinks you know who you want to hire, and we go through a charade, that's not going to help you. So honesty and transparency, what would you all add?
I would say too, periodic reviews and evaluations. You know, I think that's very important to do that. And
You mean of once the superintendent is in?
Once they're hired.
Oh,
Right,
that's
once they're
awesome.
hired.
I was just even referring to the hiring of this new superintendent. There are some people.
Like the
think-
process.
Yeah, I think there are some people who believe that the past superintendent was not renewed for a certain reason, that people on this board already have somebody in mind. There's a bit of a, anyway, I just wanted to.
Like us, especially us three, we always have to be very careful what we're saying and putting out there, because the local bloggers takes things twisted, whatever. So for me, I mean, that's why I'm quiet a lot of times, just have to. You know.
I will say this, and it's a good question you ask, and we get this question from time to time. You will get people asking you what you think, and you'll get people emailing you, and the best response I can suggest to you to give, whether this situation exists where people question motives or not, is, especially during this whole process, I'm taking all the information into account. I want to hear what my fellow board members have to say, and pray for me to get the decision that is going to be best for the district and this community. Because I will also say, the person that you, Sally Hunt, wants to be the superintendent may not be the person that the other four want. And so under those circumstances, it might be better for another person to be the superintendent, because more people maybe for whatever reason are whatever.
But that superintendent still needs to work with me.
Correct,
Yeah.
and you don't want to alienate that possibility. So you definitely want to hear from your peers about what is the best for the board, the district, and the community, and really allow space for your own, if you're a good listener and if you're allowing for those things, you have to be vulnerable, because your mind can change. And so allowing that space for others' perspectives to help influence the decision to come out with what's best is important, but like she said, is not saying much other than there's going to be a lot of information. I appreciate your input. Thank you for your input. I'll take it into account. Thank you for your input. I'll take it into account.
I think another thing is the process we use is very open and upfront and honest. And we've had, you know, no matter what the result is, I think people will look at the process as being fair. And I think as we had a conversation today, and Andrea's advice is very good. So even though people might think or say that right now, I think as the process goes through, we've been successful, I think maybe in three ways that our searches. One, the results have usually united the board. We've been so open with staff that we work with. The staff has been comfortable with the selection. But most of all, I think it's been real important, we've really united the community. And everybody has said, you know, the board made a good decision based on all the input, and we were kept informed every step of the way. One thing I would say is once we establish the timeline, don't shortcut it, follow it. Because, for example, if you might go directly to finalist, depending on the number of apply or something, just keep the timeline the way it is and just follow it right on that board. And I think everything goes on.
And I will say too,
Go
that
ahead.
Andrea's comments about your statements, I'm gonna accept all the information, I'm gonna look at all the references, I'm gonna do my research, I'm open-minded. If you're going to appoint a member or two to this advisory committee, we've had a couple of cases where advisory committee members have said to the board member who appointed them or recommended them, the board finally appoints, but they've said to the board member, you know, Dr. Smith is our candidate.
Yeah.
You must select him.
Wink, wink.
And
Re-election.
Yeah.
even at that point, the person you appointed may be a good friend, maybe a good ally, whatever. You have to say to that committee member, I appreciate your input. I knew you'd be of value on this committee, but I have to look at everything as a package. I've made really no decision, and thank you for your work. Because some of these committee folks will think,
Yes.
I carry the
They're
weight with that,
controlling
and
that.
they're going to, we three that were appointed by this board member will get her to vote the way we want to. And that, you have to say, it's all on the table, I'll evaluate everything, and thank you for your service on the committee.
Yeah,
That's good
I
advice,
appreciate you
John.
guys
That's good.
engaging in that conversation, because it's something very
absolutely.
real here in Flagler County.
Well, it's important, but it's also
important.
important, it's real everywhere,
It's
and
real
you already
everywhere.
mentioned you have a
Yeah,
polarized
exactly.
community. Anytime there's a polarized community, you're gonna hear politics, and we've worked more times than I care to say recently, is that right?
Yeah,
Yes, it
that's
is.
like, yeah.
More times than I care to say recently in polarized communities, and there's always politics, 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 politics. That, you're not gonna avoid that. You're an elected official equals you're involved in politics.
I also think it could be, I actually, I'm not trying to be, I think it could come down. But everything that you just said, this whole process, it's too bad we didn't have something like this when we were looking at the former contract. I think it doesn't have to be that way. Then I think, to your point, Doctor, that, you know,
Yeah.
if we just do everything out in the open, which we are, and hopefully as the community members are listening to these conversations, it'll hopefully even improve things to hear that we all are here for the right reasons.
Well, and you will
Good.
also get lobbied by staff, because I'm here to tell you, staff will watch those interviews, staff will do that, and they have strong opinions
I
about
really
the
like
kind
this
of leader
person.
they want, which is
Yeah.
great. You say the same thing. Thank you. I so appreciate, because you want to know what staff has to think, I would think. So you really do value it, but you'll take into account all pieces of data
That's what we
to
do as
make your
board
decision.
members.
Yeah.
Listen to, you know, all
Yeah,
of it.
yeah.
Yeah.
I heard one board member mention salary. So before we leave,
We
I.
need to discuss that.
Okay,
Yeah.
and I'm gonna just throw a couple numbers
First up.
out here.
Yes.
And then we
Brace
can
your
talk
little
about it, we don't
handles.
have to decide tonight.
Yes.
But the last time, the range advertised was 135 to 185. And based on what is happening right now, we looked at the salaries of other superintendents. I would like you to consider a range of 150 to 195. And give
Or
that some
higher if
consideration.
You're willing to consider.
Or
Yeah.
even
No,
higher.
yeah.
And maybe even higher.
I took the privilege of looking online at all the various school districts and the salaries that are being presented at this time.
Were you
Yes.
looking at the electeds?
Appointed.
Yeah,
Appointed.
appointed, actually.
Okay.
And I'll tell you something, the larger school systems are over 200,000.
Almost over 3,
Yeah,
Some
in
are
many
at-
cases.
Some, the biggest
Yeah.
are at 300,000.
Correct.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we have to up our game, there's no doubt about that. I'm not sure the 150 would even be, I mean, I would be willing to close that a little more and make it 160. I think your high end's good, because we're at approximately 160 now with our interim, and I think that's basically where we would like to look. What are your thoughts? Well, financially, what can we do? I think there's restrictions here too, is there not?
Well, we
On
do have
size.
some restrictions, but we do have to state and spread across the minutes of our record how we came to the range. And it's gonna be based upon our size of a community, is going to factor into that. It's going to be based upon, not, I'm gonna say, looking at other leaders within the community, governmental leaders, and what their pays are is going to be a part of that process of consideration as well. But we have to be able to define and discern under statute how we arrived at that figure.
Yeah. Just, and we're just throwing that out, Martin County went up considerably, they went to 235.
Wow.
And they have,
Yeah.
and also Charlotte just hired their new superintendent at 180.
Wow.
And so
Right.
those two districts are fairly close to you, you're gonna be right behind Charlotte.
We're a little
I
smaller,
think-
we are a little
smaller.
smaller.
Well, I
The-
think to give a little, I'm sorry, I didn't mean
Yeah,
to
no,
interrupt.
good, no.
I was just gonna say, to give additional context, if you really think about it, you had, I won't go all the way back, you had Bill Delbrug, who came out of the high school. I'm saying, think of starting salaries.
Yeah,
Bill Delbrug was appointed out of the high school, that salary was
Very low.
low. After that, you had Janet Valentine, who came out of the district office. That salary, again, was pretty low. After Janet, you had Jacob, who was appointed from the high school at FPC. Again, that salary was bottom of the range. After that, you had Jim Tager. Jim Tager was a first-time superintendent. basically, again, bottom of the range. After Jim, then you had Kathy, and Kathy was a first-time superintendent as well. So if you think about every superintendent we've had, going back to Bob Corley, they've all been first-year superintendents. So all those ranges were at the very bottom of every range we've ever had. So as far as
Corley made more money than any of our superintendents.
yeah,
Yeah.
But not just first-time superintendents, but really first-time
Yeah.
C-suite,
yes.
right? And I just wanted to clarify
Yeah,
that,
I
because
mean,
you could have somebody who has
Kathy
been-
and Jim were the closest to
Yeah.
because of assistants.
because they had been
Yeah,
assistant
assistant
superintendents
superintendents,
in
right.
larger districts.
Right.
And, you know, responsible for an area that probably wasn't that, like Jim was responsible for an area the size of our district. But my only mention for that is one for the record, right? All of those were baselines. And like Chrissy had mentioned, Bob Corley had previous experience, but that was almost 15 years ago. And he was making more money then than the superintendents following
I'm
that.
surprised, I did not know that.
Yeah, correlation.
And the other thing you do think about, I think it was mentioned that if you're looking at some of the deputy
And you get what you
superintendents
pay
or
for.
assistant superintendents in
making-
large
They're already
districts.
They're
making
making the money
150.
already.
In
They're
Orange
already
County,
They're
so-
making the money already, right.
Yeah.
Well,
They're
the
up
other
in the
factor,
180s
Flagler
already.
County,
Exactly.
you know, so Chair Massaro mentioned we're a small district. With that being said, you know, we might be hiring from within, right? Or we, you know, either from someone already here or from someone in the area. But if our best person is from outside this area and they have a spouse, that spouse will not have an easy time finding a job here. They just won't. It might take, you know, they may.
Depends, Bob had his wife work here.
Some spouses are in medical.
Yeah.
Uh,
It depends what their field
let's
is.
just- So,
It does.
so absolutely, if their spouse happens to be
Yeah.
in one of the few areas of opportunity we have, I just would want us to consider that, that person coming in may be a sole income for a while, until, you know, so that is a factor. One other thing, and then I'm done.
So are you saying you think the
Higher?
top end should go higher?
I think the top end should go higher for that reason, and also, I would like to see the top end go higher, because if it is someone who's a new superintendent, something that I've brought up before in a meeting is when we have 6-7 million going out on vouchers, if we have a highly effective leader who is gonna scale that down, our schools are so amazing that instead of 6-7 million going out in vouchers, it's now 4 million. They just saved us 2 million.
Well, that money's not gonna go to us anyway.
But your point
you're right,
is,
your
they've
point
saved
is
$2
right.
million.
My point is
Right.
a leader, you also can evaluate them on how much money they save you, or they don't cost you, right? And so, you know, I'm A-okay with a 160 minimum.
That's a
I
good
just
minimum.
would hate to not,
I was gonna say 165.
I would hate to not have a number that starts with a 2 in the mix. Should someone be looking to relocate to Florida, they are a highly effective and proven leader.
How high with a 2 do you want to go?
I don't know how high we can go, but I would like to.
210?
Charlotte went to 225. That was her
How
top.
big is Charlotte County?
17,000.
17.
Okay.
Okay, so they're a little bit bigger than us.
It
Now,
should
they
be over
didn't
14.
negotiate
They didn't-
over
that-
2, but they
only-
offered it to
offered
try to
that.
attract.
But I also, I would even, well, I mean, I don't know, I never ever thought of us breaking the $200,000 mark, so I have to wrap my brain around that.
Well, we don't
But
need a
the
final
bottom-
today,
We don't
but
need a
just
final. We
really
just
think
want you to
about
think
it.
about
Yeah,
right.
that bottom line, I think we desperately need to, I mean, I'd even look at 165 as a
170?
bottom number.
165 is a good bottom
Yeah.
number. That's
That's
comfortable.
workable,
That's comfortable
we're
for
way
So
low.
we'll
I
start
think
with
165 and see how far you want to go.
Yeah.
Is that part of are you guys able to work with Patty or whomever to find out
Yeah.
fiscally what is the max that we?
You guys are the board. You tell
Yeah.
her what you
Board,
want,
you-
she'll
right.
figure out
No,
a way to
but
make it
I
happen.
always ask Patty I mean, we need to know,
Well, we just had a budget meeting this morning, so
Yeah,
we
so we
realized
need
we're
to know.
already in the hole for having to make up some funds to.
I also think a great leader will make sure we're not in the hole, so.
I get it, but we're there now.
No,
Yeah.
yeah, totally. So we're just in a situation where we obviously need the money, but we also need a
And
great
I
leader.
will tell you this, you don't wanna lose a good superintendent over $10,000.
Totally.
No, oh, absolutely
So,
not, absolutely not.
that's something to
And
consider
how
in
many
your-
are still looking for superintendents?
Pardon?
Jen? How many in Florida are still looking?
2 and 2 others that have interims right now that may or may not be going out in January.
Okay, so that's still better than it was,
Still.
6 before the
Yes.
last time we talked.
Yeah, and 4 of them have been
Yeah,
placed.
so we're definitely in a better position now to attract applicants.
You definitely are, yeah.
Yeah.
And I will say too, with applicants, that range, and you don't have to pay anywhere toward the top, I mean, you negotiate it.
Mhm.
But that's sometimes the first thing they look at as an applicant, what's the range? Because if it is too low, they're gonna say.
They're not even
"No
gonna
way."
Because is it worth it to me to move my family?
Yeah.
And then, even if they negotiate lower, by this time, they're in. They've seen your schools, they've seen your community, they've met you, they wanna be here, they see the dynamic things happening. They don't have to get the high end.
But I think 165 is so fair because we've been for
Low.
over
We've been
10+ years on that low end,
Yep,
because
we
we
have been
keep.
low.
So in other words, if we had brought somebody in on the middle range, it only makes sense each time you go out to advertise that you're upping the game a little bit. Well, we've
Mhm.
never been able to really up the game because we've always brought somebody in maybe 5,000 over more.
Than the previous.
What
Well,
it
and I will
was.
say, Bill came to me with higher than what he said to you initially, and I was like, no, you better drop that bottom number, buddy, because I would much rather the board pick
Yeah.
up the bottom
It's
than
funny.
we recommend.
It's funny, every board has gone higher than we've
That's right.
initially recommended
It's the
in these
time.
last
It's the
searches.
time.
Yeah,
It's
really
the
have. 'cause
Times
we're-
are demanding that we
Right.
do that.
Absolutely.
We're conservative board members who said, well,
Well,
Yeah.
plus we have the
housing,
data.
housing costs and.
Relocation's tough
Relocation.
today.
Yeah, it is.
It's the
Relocation
big
is
issue.
tough.
Now,
It
you
is.
can get people, we're hoping to attract superintendents that would like to relocate to Florida.
And
that's
we
a draw.
will have a
If the
full
salaries-
data
if the
analysis
salaries-
of
What are
current
the
salaries, so you
concerns,
can see
Christine?
which districts
I
have
can-
what.
I can
But we were waiting
see.
for a few to sign that just signed last week to finish that data.
I mean, if we're gonna put CEO on the job description, and that is our expectation of this person, we need to compensate them
Just get
like
2
a
other votes and we'll
CEO.
call it a day.
That's right.
Wait,
Maybe
Christine,
this is a
can you
stupid question,
explain
but do we
where
get to
that-
know, like, where they come
what is your impact?
from? Like, have they been fired anywhere?
Oh,
Like,
yeah,
Well, you'll
yeah.
know
Know
all
all
that
that.
with our
Okay.
background checks,
Yeah,
and you'll
you'll
have
know
all
all
that
that.
information.
Yeah, in fact, there will be, Bill is really the one who spends a lot of time and effort getting that information. And even when they're in the application process, as soon as he talks to somebody or we see the resume or anything like that, he starts sleuthing around. And
Sure.
he finds out, what's the story here? Why is this happening here?
I've
Whatever.
done that before.
Yeah, and we
And-
want board members to do that too.
Well,
Yeah.
we've already
Right.
had knowledge of somebody who may be interested that may have some questions about what's happening, and I said, well, I'm not sure that's gonna fly. So we start looking at that as initial interest gets raised with people, like what's the story here? And keep in mind, there are plenty of really good superintendents that maybe a board changed, and for whatever reason,
Oh, yeah,
they
that
don't fit
happens.
anymore, and I
Yeah.
mean,
Yeah.
it doesn't mean good, bad, or indifferent, it
Wanna
just
be
means
closer to the beach.
circumstances changed,
Yeah,
or
that's our drawing card.
parents are ill and they wanna come to Florida,
Yeah,
so there may be
absolutely.
nothing wrong other than my parent is aging and getting closer to my parent where they live in Florida may be helpful for me in my family life these days, or, there's a lot of reasons, not just, and people who are ambitious and want to,
Grow.
wanna be a superintendent, wanna take the helm.
So something that I'm really conflicted on, I know we're out of time, but Dr. Conklin's brought up the term of the contract. And I think, in a lot of ways, a common thing that's being mentioned is consistency, especially in leadership. And I'm torn on that conversation because I don't think we should lock in the next board. You don't want to do like, oh, we're going to do a 20-year contract, and now
No.
this
No,
board.
no.
Right.
Yeah.
So, but also, I think we would appreciate your guidance on knowing that we have had a number of superintendents, knowing that
Terms.
our specific need. Do we have terms?
Who wants to jump in on this
Dr.
one?
Vogel.
We had one board attorney bring this up. And in fact, the last contract did, I think the issue is termination without cause. And in that particular situation, it was a supermajority board. It would take 4 board members to go ahead and end the contract. But this board attorney suggested that there be a period of time after an election where there was a 90-day period or something to give the new board an opportunity to work with the current superintendent to give that person the chance to go ahead and see how they might work together. And that because there were some situations this last year where people were terminated on the first meeting. They didn't even work with the superintendent.
And I will say this, when you're asking somebody to move across the country and their professional career is at risk, they want a certain sense of stability.
Yes.
So, if there is, if you're only willing to go to a 2-year contract, you're gonna be at the higher end of the salary. If you're willing to go for a 3-year contract, the salary can come down a little. Because there's a belief that you're investing in me one way or the other. It'll either be a shorter term contract and a higher salary, or a lower salary and a longer
we
term
had
contract.
talked about, Andrea, because we historically, I think what has, I don't know what the right word is, enabled or this instability is the cycle. We usually do a 3-year contract.
Right.
But it gets we're caught in a cycle.
Yeah.
So it is literally the year following an election
I see.
cycle. And it literally for
Yep.
pretty much every
It has been.
superintendent, it has created an ultimate issue with.
Well, now it's gonna change.
And there's no time to really get to know someone, even in 90 days.
Yeah.
I mean, the idea of having a board meeting and terminating somebody you haven't even worked with is just whatever, we won't go there. But, so it's getting off this cycle of you have a board and that superintendent only has 1 year left in their contract. And there's no real opportunity for them.
I think that's gonna automatically change though, because we're hiring in January.
So, but.
That's 6 months difference
Well,
already.
but we
Add
did that.
6 months. So you
Right?
get another
Wasn't
year.
Kathy January?
No,
she
she
wasn't.
wasn't.
She started in
She was-
July.
No, she wasn't. She was
But,
summer.
but the one thing that I am gonna
Jacob
say
was
is because you're hiring in January, but you have an election then November of '24 where 3 of you.
2, there's only 2 of us
Only
up
2 of
next
you
year.
are up?
2 to 3.
2.
Okay, well, 2
The
of.
bottom line, it's still caught in
You
election.
still are going, well, if you're going to protect them regarding a supermajority vote, in order
gonna cost
to
you a little more.
remove, it may
Or
be.
less.
But it also may mean that you're looking at for 18 months, not a year. I'm just saying, potentially, you might be looking at beyond, so that
Well,
it's
no,
not
wait.
getting you caught up.
Cheryl might be right. It might get it out of the cycle now.
It
So if it's
will.
January,
November.
it won't.
It
It
won't,
won't.
because your new board, because you're talking about 2024,
Right.
and they will have been here for less than a year, and your new board theoretically comes in, and you may need to be beyond 12 months is what I was saying as far as your supermajority. It might be an 18-month supermajority vote. But we need to look at
We should at least
something
look
of
at the
that.
language.
See, there are some options. I think what you're talking about, for a period of time, there might be a supermajority vote up to a
Correct.
certain point.
Right.
There's ways of working it out, and I commend this board attorney. In fact, it was in Osceola that brought that up.
Yeah.
Because he saw what was happening, and the board there ultimately did decide on a supermajority in that situation because of exactly that. So I think there's ways of working it out. I really appreciate the conversation though, because everyone shares that concern. So if everybody has a concern, we can come up with something to work that
Well,
out.
I think we have time to work on
Yeah,
this.
Oh, yeah.
that's
That's
And
really.
it is
good
an important
discussion.
piece of
We
it.
need to protect, it's really it's a multifaceted thing, because we want for a leader to feel that they're protected, their brand. their income, their stability, but we also
Your
need to-
job is to protect the district.
Yeah, okay, I meant, yes, but from a hiring perspective.
I'm with you.
Right? From a recruitment perspective, but also we wanna protect the district so that we can, if it's not working, but, so anyway, the terms, to me, are almost equally important to the salary itself.
No, I agree.
Because you don't wanna bring somebody, well, I mean, it's, I don't wanna beat a dead horse, you just don't wanna bring somebody in and invest the community's time and in the interview process.
And the staff and everything else.
Everything.
Yeah.
And I think more than anything, if we had to quantify, what our staff needs right now, it is stability.
It is.
Well,
It doesn't need a new
and
superintendent.
Bill mentioned this earlier.
And then another one next
3 years.
January.
If
you know.
the search does what we would want it to do, which is our goal, which is what he already said, unifies the board, unifies the district, unifies the community around the person that you select, we shouldn't even have to have this conversation, right? I mean, you have to have it, unfortunately, before you even meet the applicants, but our goal is that you don't have a 2-year turnaround.
Right.
We don't want that for you.
One thing we'll have to do is strategically, because we have to put that in the advertisement on the term of the contract, because if we put down 1 year or 2 years, you're gonna.
Nobody's gonna
no one's
apply.
gonna apply.
No, they need to
So
know.
we're gonna have to maybe clarify that a little bit, 3 years negotiable or something to that effect.
What are the assurances, or what are?
Right, we'll have to clarify that, and that's something we're gonna
Right, I
have
mean,
to
if
decide
somebody
on pretty
commits
soon.
one of the 7 deadly sins.
They're out.
we're
That's
done,
in the
right?
contract,
That's
right.
That's
There's no question against that.
non-negotiable,
That's
right?
right.
I think
That's
we
not what
put
we're talking
somewhere
about.
up to a 3-year contract, is that what we did?
We typically put the boards open to offer a 3-year contract
Right.
with
Right.
competitive benefits.
Right.
Right.
But I think
That's
we did
what
say
had.
up to a
No, we
3-year.
didn't. We don't
No.
usually
We
say
say-
that.
No, it is a
Baseline.
3-year
It's a
contract.
3-year
But-
contract.
It's a 3-year contract, but then you still have the 1 year
You-
that you have the
can-
ability
You can
to,
still,
yeah.
Yeah, we can asterisk it or do something, so, and
Yeah.
to deal with that. And
That's-
that'll help us a lot too. This conversation helps us when we're talking with applicants too.
Sure.
Because they wanna know the board is concerned about it.
Yeah.
And then the other thing I would say is not to worry about if you're hiring somebody that has to move to the district. You don't necessarily say, we're gonna increase the salary
Right.
to compensate them for that. Those are things that you can negotiate
Negotiate them.
into the contract
Yeah,
of
moving
a
expenses,
relocation.
relocation.
Because they only relocate once, but
Yeah.
once you
Right.
put
Yeah.
that in their
Yeah.
base salary.
We moved
it's-
Corley from Washington State.
Yeah, and he had relocation within his
Yeah.
contract.
Yeah, most of them do have some relocation amount. We really appreciate
Good
such
discussion.
good conversation
This was
today. John, do you
excellent.
have anything else?
we're good.
Bill,
We're good.
anything else?
We're good.
Madam Chair, I'll turn it back over to you.
I think we're good. Let's go back here. Do we have any old business?
I do.
Go ahead.
I wanna talk about the FTC fee schedule before that comes up. I don't know if y'all are aware that the fee schedule is already put out to parents and we have not even voted on that. So I wanna know why that's happened. And yeah, I would like an answer on that. You know, when it comes to things like this, like why are we a board? If decisions are
Yeah, I
just
was a
being
little
made.
bit, that did raise eyebrows. Why is that published before we vote on it?
I have no idea.
I didn't know it was.
Parents
No, I
think
didn't
that
know it was
it's like
published.
happening.
Are they thinking
Shaka,
that?
can you help us with
Are they
this?
thinking that because it's been posted on
It's
the
on
board
the
docs,
website.
or is it?
It's on Flagler School's website, and I believe that they probably also got some paperwork.
Yeah, it probably shouldn't have been released yet without being approved by the board, so that's, yeah.
So I was not aware that it was posted. However, in the conversation that I had with Ms. Kirkland, the comment was that some of those fee schedules, specifically extended day, the summer camp, had not been things that had gone before the board. And at that time, I said to her, absolutely not. Some type of breakdown happened when FTC began to kind of split out different portions of it. And so I said, no, that needs to go before the board, which is why it was brought before the board. So this is an assumption, is that it was posted not thinking we needed to go before the board with it, but then was corrected, no, that we need to go before the
Is it
board for it to
down now?
approve it.
I looked at it like an hour ago.
Oh, it's still up.
They were instructed to remove it, to pull it down, and so I will follow up on that.
Okay, that's good, because we still have to have the conversation regarding those increases, because a couple of them, $5 is one thing.
Well, it's
The
15
summer
for the
program
week.
is from what, 165, or it's like a lot.
Well, but the week fee for extended day is 15 a
Well, yeah,
kid.
it's combined, yes, if they use both.
Mhm.
I'm not
It's
trying to be a
$5,
control
$5
freak,
okay.
but like,
No,
we
It's
are
not
the
a,
board.
it's not a, that's not a control freak.
The
It shouldn't have
workflow.
been
No, that shouldn't
published.
have done.
It shouldn't have
Right.
been published, it wasn't adopted yet.
No,
Absolutely.
we have to, and we have concerns, there's been concerns that were brought
That's a
up.
good catch, because
I
And
know
some
I'm
of
looking at that, so I.
Yeah, and some of the conversation was, letting families know in advance, but I was not aware that it was on the website, and when I was made aware
So
of
we'll
that,
have to-
I did
they'll have
address
to-
that.
And the additional information that we just got on the, the budgets
Yeah,
for extended
that could play
days,
a
so.
factor as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right. Okay?
Okay.
Okay, all right, is there any other old business?
I have just something real quick, and it's pertinent
Sally?
to today.
Ms. Hunt?
As far as having some type of law enforcement at these meetings, I'm just gonna ask this, for a meeting like today, especially now that we're gonna have these locked doors, Christy, do we have to allow for public comment? Let me say this, I want one or the other. I either want for there to be an armed law enforcement officer with us when we convene, or not every single meeting has to have public comment, where I know who's gonna be in the room. So that is something, that is part of old business that I just wanted to throw out there.
So not every meeting has to have public comment, however, we haven't changed our procedures and our policy with respect to how we are doing
Running our
business
meetings.
and running our meetings. And so as it stands right now, we have taken the position that they will, be able to make public comment before every workshop that we are holding. And that it doesn't have to be related to the subject before the board at our workshops, but at business meetings, it must be related to the business for the beginning public comment.
Are we, just the fact that this is videotaped, live streamed, are we operating under sunshine?
Yes, we're
By
operating
just
under
doing
sunshine.
that we
But
would not have to have public comment
well,
and everything?
Well, the public has the right to attend the meeting, though, every meeting that we're holding. They don't have to, we don't have to allow them.
Is that state statute,
Yes.
they legally have to in person be every time we meet, they have
Yes,
to be.
they
have the right
Yes, they have the
Yes,
right to
they
be
have the
here.
right to be present.
Yes.
We don't have to give them the
So it's
opportunity
not
for
even
public
about the
comment.
public okay, so that's
Yeah.
not even my, love it, cause
Yeah.
that's not really my question, it's about their presence. So then that means that the only option for safety would be to have law enforcement every time.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, and
We
I
are
think,
together.
Sally, because of the concern that Tommy did get a good resolution with costs, that it's cost efficient.
It's
Same
gonna do
thing
private security,
it's this-
right?
Well, no, it's not that expensive to have somebody at our meetings all the time.
So one of the things that we've been negotiating with them is the rate that the county has, hourly rate, is a
It's a
flat
flat
rate.
rate,
And it was
yeah.
a very different rate than what we have been charged for. And so we have said, no. What y'all charge for your county, we want the same.
So
And they
so going
agreed.
forward, will a meeting like this have somebody here?
No.
Okay, so what
This
do we
one?
need to do
A
so
special
that
meeting?
whenever we have a meeting in which the public can attend, we have a law
It is the pleasure of the board. If you all want someone I'm hearing Ms. Hunt saying she wants someone, when our boards are meeting and the public is permitted to attend, that we are going to have law enforcement present.
If we're gonna be in this room, I've mentioned before with the dais, we've got a security person downstairs, we also have an exit. It is specifically this room so I don't wanna spend
Yes,
any
ma'am.
money we don't have to, but I feel
Sure.
like everybody's saying, no, we have to meet in this room. Well, if we have to meet in this room,
Sure.
I find that very uncomfortable.
Well, one of the other options I'm gonna offer, and although I don't know we're not set up yet technology-wise, is we also have the other room where we have 2 exits. We have an entrance right off the elevator, and then you have this door over here would be another exit, so you would have 2 exits. We had also discussed potentially moving our rooms to being over there. That's another option for this board.
Smaller. It's smaller.
Well,
Well, it's actually not.
it's
smaller.
not, it's just
The
your line of
configuration
sight,
is-
your line of sight
It's smaller,
is
it's not
lost.
good visually.
Your
Right,
line of
but it
sight's
would
lost.
solve the well, first of all, would that make you feel more comfortable if there are 2 exits?
In other words, you would have,
It would be better.
you would have the.
Do you know what I'm saying, in that room?
I don't-
This door
It's right
over
across
here
the
would be
hallway.
locked, and it would also be behind, once that's made, that the public would not be able to enter that way, but they would be able to enter only from the elevator area.
That's true, so there'd be an exit.
And so this
Point.
would be an exit point. I'm just throwing that out there. We would have to get it configured for the, some of
Visual,
the
right.
visual, the technology would have to be,
Changed.
looked at and adjusted, but that could be an option, for consideration. I mentioned it briefly following the meeting as being a possibility, but we hadn't really looked into it. But I would propose that as an option, would be that we change where our meetings are, especially because, like I said, we will be having the, you cannot get in without the buzz-in, and those doors would be behind it.
Let me ask another question. So downstairs in the board chambers, in the back of the overflow, where the overflow room is?
That's very small.
No, but if the chambers is opened, really truly, and if it's arranged in a way where we're either at the one far end of it, and you have all those seats
Facing
that way, you could do it that way, and you'd be downstairs.
Maybe, well, if you do that, why don't you meet on the dais then?
Because at the workshop, at least you're
Yeah,
still
your
around a
staff.
table.
Yeah,
You're
your
still
staff.
around the table with your staff.
It's just the seats would be.
And you're not
backwards.
reinvesting in all of the
But your seats for
equipment until.
your community members would be, the back would be to you. Those seats don't turn around.
It would be the same number of seats as you have here.
Oh, you mean
Oh,
add
you're
that
talking
right
about
behind.
flipping that behind,
Yeah,
gotcha,
Correct.
I see what
I'm
you're saying.
have the workshops in the back of the room where the overflow is.
So
And again, that's a technology issue too.
so
And I
Ms.
don't know if that
Hunt's,
is- I don't think they have it there.
Ms. Hunt's ask is law enforcement or a new room for a meeting. What is is that consensus of the board? What's the direction for us
Well, I
to
think
move
we already
forward?
agreed to the law enforcement here.
At every meeting that the board attends,
The only concern I
That
have
is
is
a
like a
public meeting.
special meeting like this where we know we're not gonna have very many people, we're paying what? Well, if it's a flat rate, I
well,
don't know how that's gonna go.
we're currently,
We're currently still under the old contract, so, but.
But we're negotiating for the flat
Yes,
rate,
we are.
correct? That's
we're currently
key.
under negotiations for our SRD
To have the same value
contract,
as
the contract
the
as a
county.
whole.
Okay. We have the same contract
But
as
that's
the county.
separate.
It's included in there what
In their
our
rate.
overtime
Yeah.
fees
It's a
and
flat
all of
rate
that
instead
is.
of hourly
But
rate that
if,
the charge
in the
is.
new contract, there would be the flat rate that the county receives for security for the board.
Correct, yes, that's what.
That is
yeah.
what is
That
being
is what's being
negotiated.
negotiated,
Okay,
correct.
okay. I just wonder if we could just take care of this by doing it downstairs.
How did, I still can't, I guess I just can't visualize what we're talking about. I mean, would we just be using these type of chairs there for the audience also?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
So we wouldn't be using the chamber chairs
No.
that are facing the dais,
No.
okay.
You're,
Because sometimes we come in, that wall's like closed up, that's what we're
Correct.
talking about, like there.
Open that up.
So that would be open, and then
Always here.
we would sit, with our backs to the wall,
Yeah.
the back wall, like
Yeah.
that, I see.
The tables would be there, and the support staff, all the staff would be on the side, and then general public would sit in the open area where we'd put
I'm just
extra
trying to think
chairs.
of a non-expenditure way to do it.
I just don't know.
And
the
then- I think it's
technology-wise.
important.
So if there was an exit door for you, then you wouldn't necessarily need to have the extra, is that what we're talking about here? we wouldn't need the arms?
Well, I'm only throwing, I'm just
Oh,
brainstorming,
okay,
right?
yeah.
Sally just mentioned that if we were downstairs, that wouldn't be a concern because
Okay.
of the.
It would be better.
It would be better.
Preferably law enforcement when we are together, if there's public. But for financial, if it's something, then, you know.
I mean, maybe if we're gonna consider that, maybe we could do a mock-up of it, like set up some tables, take a picture of it, and then we could talk about it at our next meeting,
Yeah.
maybe, just to see if it's even.
I think the
Feasible.
If it's even
Well, because there
functional.
might even be a financial cost to
And
that,
it's
and it
the
doesn't
technology.
make sense,
And the
maybe it'd be a walk.
perception
Just
is
the-
that the meeting is not a workshop, like, we can put tables downstairs, we would just sit down on the floor, you would still be at the dais, like, we could still use the chamber the way that it is and not have to rearrange technology and all of that.
Yeah.
We can do that, but I just need to make sure that we have clear direction, so we are meeting what the expectation is of the board. Is it,
That would probably
So,
be the best solution.
I do need
for
to
sure.
let you know that there is one other issue though, and that is that board chambers is not, they do hold other meetings down there,
It's
and
not always available.
and it's not gonna always be available, like sometimes our 1 o'clock meetings, we can't, like, there are
but bringing it
times.
back to what the request is. The request was law enforcement at every meeting, or for us to meet in the chambers.
Or a combination thereof. So if we
Or-
already have approval, if we're already having someone paid for our Tuesday regularly scheduled workshops, but as needed, I just can't imagine the cost is that high, that for a meeting like this, I mean,
Well, this is started at 12, and it's, so you're looking at 5 hours, the least they'll do what, Tommy?
3 hours.
minimum of
Every
3
3
hours.
3 hours, right. And it depends on the rank of the officer that you have, correct?
Yeah, right now they're going through their negotiations with
Yeah.
their unions. So
Like if we did 5 hours today, what would it
yeah,
be?
right now the flat rate is looking at $48 an hour.
Okay, so $50
Tommy,
an
can
hour.
you, I mean, just, we don't need to decide at
$200.
this minute, but I mean, can you
250.
looking at schedules,
250
looking at whatever,
for this.
just something
I
where.
would, it sounds to me like the way to do it is we just have to have the security guard or the law enforcement. This is what we're all used to. This is a good environment for us to collaborate in. I don't really see that being a very collaborative setup down there for all of us. When we're meeting, we have guests, they have to come up to the podium. It's a different thing, and just, I think we need to try and make this work. I mean, rather not pay more money, but safety, what price can you put on that? And so, but.
So we need to
and I
recognize,
agree.
we just had a budget meeting this morning, and I agree, safety is important, but it's probably for the year going to be like between $6,000 and $10,000. Or do we just move downstairs?
I think our meetings downstairs sometimes end up more chaotic, actually, though. People coming and going and
So-
yelling and
Well,
whatever.
I'm just saying, I guess we just have to have a contingency plan. If it's booked, then we just have to come up here. But then it proposes another problem. Can we get somebody to, in that period of time, to get the armed security? I mean, there's a lot of logistics here that will come in, and changing the environment every time. I just, how
That's
practical,
why
how
I'm saying I think
practical
we
is
have to
it?
pick one or the other, if we're gonna do that. I just think it's a little difficult for us to say, just do the security piece, when we're having also these conversations about budget, and we're talking about $6,000 to $10,000
Right. Well, I
in
mean,
additional
if we
costs
can
that we
just
weren't
know-
budgeting for.
If we can know that we can have it will be available for us. I mean, we have schedule, so like we already have a schedule of meetings. We have to look and see, is it available on all those days for all the dates we have scheduled? There's just some other
You're
things.
talking about downstairs.
Downstairs, yeah, because like you said, it's used for many different
It
things.
is.
So there's more, if we're going to do that, it's good, there's more to think about.
Can we
What
start
about-
there, just looking at that to
We
see what the
did,
availability?
yeah, we did
Is
map.
it booked?
We did map that out. Some days it would not be available, but there are days that that it is available.
Have we looked at what the utilization of that room might be?
I know that there was
I mean, we
conversation.
have more
I was
control
not-
over that
I was not a
scheduling.
part of that
Yeah.
conversation of what it will take to get that environment, ready for a
Set
board
up.
meeting, but I can definitely look into that.
One final piece, this may be obnoxious, I'm gonna throw it out. If they're putting in this whole locked door thing, is there an incremental, I don't even know what metal detectors cost, but is that something that we could ask about, if that is something that could be added to that piece being built?
It could be discussed and.
Somebody has to operate that.
That is.
Oh, there's that, oh, you have to operate it,
I mean,
I don't
somebody's
just
gotta-
walk through
got-
it?
Well, somebody has to be able to.
Once,
uh,
if they
Yeah.
go
If they
off
go
the
off.
alarm, then you have to
Right,
wand them.
I mean-
Somebody has to be there to wand.
Right.
I think Jason just signed up, he's like, I'll jump on
I don't
that.
think so.
He's a little busy running the
I
meeting.
mean, the thing is that we, the public is going to be part of everything we do, so we can't keep them from coming. That's just part of our life now. And so that is something that we've got to somewhat contend with. You know, we want to make everybody feel comfortable and safe, but, you know, we have to do it within, you know, practicality and affordability. I mean, like you said, we've got some budget things we still gotta work through. And, so I mean, ideally, if we could find a way that you would feel safe without having to pay the extra for the security, I'm all for it. But it's gotta be something that we can count on, right? We just can't have, okay, now we can't have it downstairs, so now we have to get the guard and move all back up here. It's just.
And Sally, have you been threatened by a specific
There is
individual that we
nothing
can?
that I am going to say publicly.
Okay.
Based on.
This is what I'll say. If you have been, I'm not saying you have been, I'm just saying if you have been, we have in the past trespassed people. That is a tool that we can use.
Dr. Conklin, let's just say there are reasons why I am
obviously.
bringing this up, and, you know, even today, we had someone present who was in a robe, who, you know.
She's a nun.
Okay, I just, like, I thank you for allowing me to bring this up under old business. I don't know what the solution is, this room has 0 exits. We are, you know, it's just something that is of a concern to me.
And that's why I'm
The other room might.
proposing, the
work.
other room may be viable where the only way that they would be able to enter would be off the elevators in that specific, so it's one entry, because this door right here would be locked from the outside, so nobody would be able to get in from there
But
unless
we
they
could
have a
get out.
key.
Right.
But we can get out because it's a push-out door. So you can get out, but you can't get in.
Can we just investigate that, LaShaka, the possibility of setting up that room, what it would take to hold a workshop meeting? And then also, do you wanna look downstairs, see what we can do downstairs?
And when you investigate downstairs, I'm sure that you looked at just Tuesdays, right?
Yes.
And I know that's been our board meeting day forever, but maybe, statutorily, does it have to be Tuesdays? Maybe it's Wednesday.
You just have to have one board meeting a month. The only time that you're restricted into when you have to hold your meeting is when you are on your reorg meeting after the election, when it must be. And then there are certain meetings that are dictated because of trim, you go backwards from when you have to be approving your budget, and you go backwards on your trim, and so that dictates those days as well.
So I will do an investigation of the chamber as well as
Yeah, maybe there's a
room
better-
A, 3A, 3B. But is the direction that any meeting, because we do have some special board meetings, that's why I continue to ask, any meeting,
So
we
for-
will have law enforcement if we are in this room.
Seems to be, yes.
So
I
for
mean to be.
example.
Yes.
Monday you have a
Yes, right?
special meeting.
Okay,
That-
I just,
that
I
has
need
to
to,
be-
yes, I need
That's right.
to,
It's our only
That's our only
solution.
solution. So
I just
we're in
need to-
here so
Yes.
that she can have.
perfect.
Yes,
Superintendent can have.
we have
clear-
consensus.
Clear
guidance,
direction
yeah.
on what it is that we
Yes.
are gonna move forward with.
Okay. All right, is there any other old business?
Board, if you would, the only thing, I'm bringing this up as old business, that superintendent, I will be posting up, probably late tonight, the red line version. It is going to be on the 1 o'clock workshop for y'all to discuss changes to the superintendent job description.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna add it to the 1 o'clock workshop.
Now, remember, next, on the
Yes,
25th,
ma'am,
I
know.
won't be
But that's why
here.
I'm saying, if you have any
Okay.
additional things, please let me know.
Okay.
And then, that's it.
That's it?
Yes.
New business. We're on to new business. Any new business? Anybody? All right, seeing none. I don't think any have public comment. I don't think we have public here.
We don't have any public
Okay,
comment.
no public comment. Closing comments, anybody?
Just thanks to FSBA for giving us
Yep.
the thorough and informative meeting today.
I'll
Look
get your
forward
draft
to it.
tomorrow of the survey.
All right, yes.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
thank you so much.
Same.
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 Yes, we
Ditto.
appreciate you and your travel and your knowledge. Okay, that's it, then I'm gonna adjourn this meeting. Thank you all.